Hey, VOD viewers. Gives a minute. Okay. Right. Hey, Basil. I'm doing okay, thank you. How are you? Can you hear the music? I mean, it's getting quiet now, but...
Five, six, seven, oh, nine.
69 plus 5.
Music's a little quiet. Hey, Menace. Thanks for the 74 months, buddy. Music's a bit quiet. Is it still? This is a rocket, by the way, if you're asking. I feel like I also need to have, like... How big do you think an explosion should be? 32 by 32? I don't know. How's my weekend been? Been chill. It's been chill. How about yours? This sort of looks like an explosion, doesn't it? Hey, chill. You've been looking after the dogs while your mum's away. Oh yeah. You've been enjoying yourself. Walking the dogs is enjoyable when the weather is good too. Oh yeah. Your holiday ends tomorrow. Oh no. Back to the fucking grind, Bowser. Have you enjoyed your time off? Have you been playing League? Not League, but like RuneScape Leagues. Kinda looks like an explosion, give or take. Preferring EU5 at the moment, might go back to Leeds in a bit. I heard it's up for like a few months. few months. I think I'm just not bothered this time. The last few leagues I've just not really played. It's pretty good. You just want to casually check boxes, you're not a big PVMer. Yeah, I heard it's like a big PVM league this time. This looks pretty good. It's something I've made in about 2 minutes. Not bad, is it? You want to get enough points for the thralls. It's pretty good, isn't it? How you doing, Lily? Not bad, huh? Though music with programming is such a good combo, but using it for your silly roast adventures too. It really is good, isn't it? Anyway, by the way, now you guys are here. I can't see because of the game. I can show you the game. I've been doing a ton of work yesterday. I think I did like 10 hours of programming off stream. I refactored the entire enemy AI, enemy behavior system to make more sense. And I fixed a bunch of bugs while doing it, including that bug where they randomly shoot off to the side and then when you respawn, they'd still find you. Like their target would be lost. I fixed that. I've added a bunch of new things to the debug list. So now you can actually see the enemy state if you want. So they have like a requested state and an actual state, and you can see their timeout tick up. Where eventually they'll like forget about you after 10 seconds or whatever. Then you can see them all slowly go back to their normal state. And you can see them like the way they're moving around feels a lot more natural too, right? I did like a lot of work, basically. I needed to do it off stream. Just to focus, basically. It was a lot of work. I even drew a fucking chart in draw.io to help me think about how I wanted to refactor stuff. Yeah, they look pretty good now, right? You can see, like, as they're fighting you, they, I can turn off the state. You can see as they're fighting you, they're doing all sorts of different things, right? They're moving around, they're shooting, they're like getting aggressive. They're doing all sorts, and you know they don't feel like they're all exactly the same enemy, even though they are. This is the power of randomly doing something every now and then. You can see them like strafing around, sometimes following you line of sight. If I go behind something, I switch to A star to try and find you. I can turn on. I've got no clip on a toggle. Although I think you saw no clip last time. There is this bug still where like you can get clipped. You can get like pushed through a wall if there's enough of them. I need to fix that. I think if I just add a maximum amount of if I add a max to the amount of like force that they can push on you, then that would probably help. If I go all the way over here, those mice, you should see them coming all the way from over there. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, not just that, by the way. I've also added the level generation stuff to here. Some of it, at least. So you can say, for example, I don't want to spawn a level with any enemies. Well, here you go, just turn off enemies. If I want to make like a really long floor with no rooms, well, I can do that. There's more stuff I need to add to here, like the chance of it turning. Yeah, there's weapon switching. We're going to implement the rocket launcher today. That's why I started off by making the explosion. Isn't this cool? I need to make it more obvious when you are not, when your weapon isn't selected, that it's halfway reloaded, because you should be able to read that realistically. You can kind of see it on the two there. Yeah, isn't this cool? I can just like spawn whatever level I want. I can spawn a bunch of mice in to test. I can set my health to something stupid. I need to just give myself God mode, because constantly switching my health back to 10 is, or 50 is annoying. Very cool, right? It's like a proper video game, isn't it? I can just sit here and like generate as many levels as I want. I was thinking of also adding like a zoom out to the debug menu so I could just see the whole level as it's generated. It's pretty neat, isn't it? Heavy machine gun. We could have metal slug voice lines. Doesn't Enter the Gungeon do that? Yeah, I've been baiting you guys with talking about making a rocket launcher for weeks now. Oh, that's good. The reality is, I wanted to make sure everything else was perfect first before I start adding like content. Not that everything else is perfect first, but like I particularly wanted to refactor all this stuff. So the enemy system now, it's a lot easier to read than before. You have like their thinking loop here where they execute their current state, they consider changing it, and then they only change it. They change it outside of their thought pattern. So this, the ability to change state can happen every single tick, but the ability to actually want to change state usually only happens within their thinking time, which is about 200 milliseconds. So, you know, every like, it's quite a bit less often. A tick is like, I think we're doing 60 ticks a second, so, you know, the coffee fee, yeah. Anyway, yeah, the execute state part is now where it actually does stuff like random pathing and moving, which is all nicely laid out now. Isn't this beautiful? I think this is really pretty. I did a lot of work on this. Look at this. Gorgeous. Move to target. So pretty. Yeah. The execute state part I just showed you. Consider changing state is purely just changing state. One or two things that have to be in here, like setting the player's target or the enemy's target. I might as well do it here. Calculate that stuff up here. It just makes a lot more sense now. And this should handle like the player disappearing, becoming invalid, target not existing for whatever reason or whatever. It's just a lot neater and it's a lot less embedded. What's the word? This? What's this called? Forgot. It's a lot less shifted to the right. I can't think of what the word is right now. And then change state in here is a lot simpler. This is cleaning up old state, setting new state. And this is where I can also check again if the player's still valid. It's nice. You're contemplating refactoring indentation. That's it. Thank you, Momoji. I mean, I've been looking at your avatar for the last few days. I'm pretty sure it's Momoji, right? Can't perfectly tell. Did I have a Momoji emote on Twitch? I do. There you go. Alright. Yeah, this is cool, right? So let's get started on that rocket launcher, right? Yeah, it's Momoji. Hell yeah, buddy. Better the Momoji Puma. She's like... She's here. This is how monkeys climb trees. There you go, buddy. I have so much shit in my room you can't see, it's hilarious. Ooh. Ooh. So much shit. I could stream like this. You know some streamers do this, where their own webcam is like, they're only in the very bottom corner of their webcam. I could just be like this. You only have a Yuyuko Fuma. Yuyuko Fuma is cute. Anyway. You don't need to see the bottom half of my body, I guess. There you go. Control Z undoes the sizing. In OBS, I don't care. I'm making a new sizing. Don't worry. You don't need to see the bottom half of me. There's not much here. Just big biceps. You can have a look at my figurines and stuff now. Isn't that cool? Anyway, we're gonna make a rocket launcher. I just made this sprite in A-Sprite. Maybe you missed it. Isn't this cool? Made this just now. You make the webcam half the stream like the bathtub streamers. I mean, I could. I could just have like my webcam take up this much space. But really, if I'm a programming streamer, I need to be like a square in the corner like this. Hello. You know? I don't know. It just looks like I'm drowning in plushies if I do that, which I am. It's really nice. I can look around my room. It's great for my like neurotypical brain to be trapped in this room with all this capitalism. Okay, what are we doing? Explosions. I want to have a look at our particle system. Do I? Where do I want to start? We get a duplicate webcam in the top left where it's a perfect square of your face. No. You have a window in your room? Yeah, like you see this. Like the back of my hand is lit. This is sunlight. this other front of my hand, I guess, there's sunlight coming in this way, which I can block. And there's also light above. If I want, I can have more lights. I've got so many lights. I just, don't need them right now. Ito, ano... Rocket launcher. Weapon. Let's think. So we have a bullet type rocket. We're not currently doing anything with bullet type, I think. Oh, also chat, I refactored like all my JSON files. So they all use camel case instead of snake case. Snake case being like lowercase with an underscore. I refactored everything to be like this because I use this in my code and I found it was a massive pain in the ass to add stuff to the JSON file, and then to the asset manager, and then to some data class, and then to the real class, and then have half of them use a different style. Pain in the bum. So I spent a bit of time refactoring that. What is it? Control-Shift-H, Control-Alt-Enter, span that stuff. Anyway, you can see here we've got bullet type stored, but we're not using it. Bullet type. We are using aim type though, I think. So, when we are adding bullet, oh, also I forgot to mention the level, pathing system is its own file now. I extracted all this stuff. This stuff was just in enemy system before. Anyway, I think the way you aim a rocket is the same right now, as far as I care. It's really this part. And I think this is still the same. I still think maybe aim type should be tied to like the enemy behavior. I think the player is always going to want to use... But then again, if I do add homing, that would want to be on the weapons. So I have two hands. Currently, aim type is not really being... It's not doing anything on the player. Aim type doesn't matter. We always use predicted aim. Anyway. I'm guessing that we... Let's start really basic, right? Let's just get the rocket looking like a rocket. So in our... What is it? Render actor system weapon bullet. Weapon type. Weapon data. Sorry. Why am I drawing the bullet? Is it just because it's a transform with a sprite? No, I remember there being somewhere here. No. Need to sneeze. Sorry. Bloody hell. Okay. Somewhere in here we're getting the size of the bullet and using that to decide how to draw it. Thank you. I'm trying to remember where that is. I think it's checking the weapon's radius? Here it is. So when you spawn bullet in the entity factory, yeah, there we go. Which... Oh, when we're spawning in a bullet, we aren't already... We should definitely be passing in the weapon type here. Hang on, where was I storing this again? Weapon type. There was a way to get from weapon type to weapon data. So let's just pass in the weapon type for now, I guess. So spawn bullet needs to take in a weapon. Oh, I should turn off gamer mode on my keyboard. Let's move my mouse pad over. You missed Tombo's message when you asked him if he was on, how he was on Twitch. I'm just streaming on both at the same time. How am I doing this normally? Get weapon data. I knew I had a function for this. I was going to say this would have been really weird if I didn't. Come on. Come on. Oh, it's a string. Okay. Whatever. Hmm. No, but well, it's one of these. Can you not get enum based on An index? I guess this might work. If this works, then I can turn this into a function. God, if only they had fucking... If only they had reflection, am I right? E++ 20 something. We're getting it. Hmm? Oh, you can't see both chat since you rely on on-screen chat, but you send and looked away from your screen. You fool. That's how I keep people engaged. I force you to have like a really slow timeout. I can increase the timeout on the on-screen chat, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's just a setting. If you want more time to talk to each other, you think that would be good? I can do it now, I think. Hang on. I think it's just using a Streamlabs overlay. Now, every time I visit this website, it's completely changed from last time. They change Streamlabs every 5 minutes, I swear. Do I need to fucking get a text on my browser is not supported? What do you mean my browser is not supported? You're only going to support fucking Chrome, aren't you? The 2 latest versions of Firefox. Oh, it's because my, I'm using a user agent switcher. Don't tell anyone. Yeah, that fixed it. And now I've got a text. But if I can put my 2-factor authentication in from my authentication app, good fucking lord, the stuff I do for you. Yeah, remember this device. Alright, let's have a look. Chat box. Twitch and YouTube. Currently it's using the Twitch style. Old school. Ugh. It's gotta be Twitch style. I see all these other styles, they suck. You gotta have basic Twitch, it just pops in. I like that the preview on StreamNabs now uses your emotes. That's fun. Hind common chatbots. Okay. Chat notifications. I don't need that. Maybe I do need that. Sometimes I'm playing and I don't even notice there's a fucking chat. I see. Hide messages after 60 seconds. How about I set it to like 90? You got a minute and a half. You're not really having a conversation if you're waiting a minute and a half, are you? I could also just make it never fade, but then I think it gets annoying. I don't know. I like the fading. Alright, let's try it. Save. Type something? I could have a sound effect. I don't... That seems like an awful idea. I could also pretend I'm being subbed to. I could go to the event view. Oh, I'm not gonna... I'm fucking around. Type something, chat. Let's see if it sits on screen for 90 seconds, alright? I'm asking you. Politely. Or am I? 16 by 16... Is this unused? What am I doing in the level generator? Or in the render gameplay? I don't remember how any of this works. I'll set texture. Oh, I use a fragment shader. No, none of this nonsense. Let's just make the rocket its own fucking sprite. Oh, whoops. Kind of annoying that it's not central, huh? No, I like my original artistic vision. Do I? Whatever I did here was fine. Oh, I just saved it as sprite.asprite. Whoops. Rocket. And we go to here. We go to fucking here. We go to here. We say rocket. Oh, insert. How do I press U? Textures slash. Isn't it weapons? And you are 16 by 16, right? Why is your frame rate something so weird? You're gonna make a sandwich. I'll see you soon. Pretty sure it's weapons slash rocket, right? Yeah. Oh, these are the back to front. Oh, I've got Ace Bro on top of the screen, sorry. What's wrong, little fella? Oh, did I delete the cursor animation? That's stupid of me. Looks like I did. Okay. I guess I copied it and then got to put it back. I don't know if this is being used. It is. I really understand how that's working right now. The cursor isn't this. Let's see, so the rockets should at least look like rockets now. But we will notice a funny new thing, right? Bullets right now haven't been rotating, right? It's actually always oriented north. Although this is quite funny. It actually flipped. Because it's using the same logic as the player, because it's just got to transform. As a nice side effect, it actually flips when you shoot to the left. Rockets, you see they aren't angling. They're just coming out like this. So if I look directly left, it looks normal. Or directly right, because it flips. But it's not angling, so we need to fix that. Now, should we make it so all bullets angle? Or just certain ones? I guess we could just experiment with it. We could make it based on bullet type, so like maybe normal bullets are always facing north, so it looks pixely. But then maybe things like rockets can rotate. Man, this rocket launcher is fucking huge. Look at this thing. I have a feeling this should be tucked in a bit more. But we can adjust that stuff, right? In fact, I think it is meant to be tucked in more. It's clearly the bullet's coming out of the wrong spot. That's funny. Okay, let's make the bullet rotate. So let me think. Bullets don't rotate right now. They don't change angle. So it could just be that we just use the starting angle and draw it based on that. Rather than recalculate it every frame. Like if we add like curving bullets, we kind of want them to follow that path, but for now we don't have that. Let me think. We have a start velocity and a start position. There's definitely something there we can use to draw a line. Yeah, we have linear motion, and we have animation. You don't have a rotation, do you? You have a flip? I could just add a rotation thing to the sprite, because then that makes it reusable, right? Let's experiment. I have no idea what types I'm using, so I'm just writing something to have it down. You know, just something. Let me think. When we are rotating the weapon, that is in the render actor system. Angle. Here we go. So I think we just need to make use of this angle and scale multiplier thing that I wrote before. Scale multiplier in this case actually really meaning like if you want to flip it or not. In fact, we are already using that, in a sense. I extracted some stuff. I think this was a few days ago. This is just the stuff that rotates based on direction of movement. Currently, that's only being used if the wet thing has an inventory. So this is a weapon in that case. I think we can... Am I doing this in linear motion? Physics system. Okay, how about we just copy this for now? It's not that expensive. So if bullet. No, I don't think actually I want the bullet. Do I want the bullet to have its own angle and scale multiplier? If we want all the bullets to rotate, yeah, maybe. Let me think. Alternatively, we could do what I was going to do and just tie it to the sprite. So, if we're only doing the angling once on bullet spawn, we can just set the sprite angle directly there. We can calculate this there. Like we can just grab this stuff, and pop that on the sprite. Let me think. Weapon system, add spawn bullet, add animation. Say const auto angle and scale multiplier equals this stuff. Does add transform return the transform? Right. Okay. And then I can also make it so the sprite, add animation, turns the sprite Let's have it return the sprite ref. Usually I think that's what I'm going to want out of this. How long did it take you to learn the languages, you know? A long time. Years. I don't know. I wouldn't even say I fully understand C++. I think anyone who says they do is lying. If you mean like to become to like a basic level of competency, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you can type C++ now into the chat. Does that mean you know the language? I don't know. I don't even know if I know it right now, I'll be honest. You're learning it as a beginner. Have you done programming before? Hello, debuffs. Also, hello, Jolly, sorry. What kind of a game are we making? We're making like a 2D roguelite shooter bullet hell, and I'm making explosions. I've made this nice rocket explosion sprite earlier at the start of the stream. This nice rocket. We're gonna have it go. That's the plan. Right now we're making it so the rocket actually angles when you shoot it instead of just going. It goes. Recently discovered the world of coding and IML. You're learning CSS and HTML. You're on the basics, but aspire to learn as much as you can. There's quite a variety of things you've said. CSS and HTML aren't really programming languages. HTML is like a layout language for web pages, and CSS is a design sheet language. It's more like a spec. But that's good as well. CSS and HTML are really fun. Have you had the joy of like opening a notepad file, putting in like head and /head and like typing some stuff in a body and then opening it in Firefox or whatever and seeing the web page with your text on it? Because that's really good fun. I remember doing that. But the jump between web development, like designing a web page with HTML and CSS and to C++ is a completely different field. You might struggle a little bit. Starting with C++ is an interesting one. It might take you a hot minute just because there's if you're new to software development in general, there's a lot of basics you have to cover, learning what a variable is, you know, what is a function, what is a loop, what is the basic design of a program, and you can certainly do that with C++. There's the few things that might annoy you at the start, like having to use semicolons everywhere, or some of the syntax looks a little weird, like these, you know, what are these? Well, why are the angle brackets? That sort of thing. You ready to persist? In which case you'll do perfectly fine, buddy. That's all you need. If you're motivated, I think you'll do really well. That's all it takes, really. I think, you know, if you do a little bit every day or on the weekends, you could pick this up in no time. I wouldn't worry too much. Start with a little project. If you're doing it in school, you know, just do all the work that they give you. But if you're doing it in your own time, I recommend picking up a really basic couple of little projects that you can get done in like an evening or two. I suggested last time in chat you just try and make like a number guessing game. That's what they do in university. Something where you read in some text from the terminal, you make that into a variable, you come up with a random number, so you have to include random, and then you check to see if the number they've given is the one you generated, and if so, you say hell yeah, print out, or hell no, and so on and so forth, and then you can add a loop, and you can build from there, and that kind of gets your toes dipped in. How long have I spent on this game? This is from 2020, and the version we're working on right now is from 2022 or 23. We sort of did a rebuild. So like 5 years or so. You start with C++ essentially, just read a long document with examples and instructions. That's the old way. I mean, I don't know if you can see behind me. You can't. I've got 3 C++ books, but I think that's not so common anymore. I've got a tour of C++, C++ software design patterns, and effective modern C++. So it's up to you if you want to read books. I like books. The idea of starting to game development seems daunting. Any tips? With anything daunting, it's about breaking it down into more manageable chunks, right? If the whole concept of trying to write a like a game engine from scratch is daunting, then you don't have to. You could I'm sure Game Maker has like a demo or something, but you could download like an engine or a program like Godot, or you know, Game Maker I think is a really good one, and just start getting your head into it. Make some basic games. See if you can make like a Pac-Man clone. Just to dip your toes in, right? As you get a bit more used to it, and then you can build up from there. I didn't start on this. This is like 20 years of software development. I say 20 years. That's a lie. But like I started programming when I was like a kid. I've only been professionally doing it for like 7 or 8 years or something. But you get the idea, right? That you don't start with this. You can start with this by all means, but I think this is a bit much. Maybe. If you'd have showed this to me like 5 years ago when I started the project and said like this is what you're going to be writing, I might have found it difficult to start. Start small. I've got playlists for this project, this game development project. You can see what it looked like when I started. It was very basic. Everything here is a little bit like line by line, iterated. What are you coding? Currently I'm gonna make rockets that explode, but I was answering some chat questions. I made this nice thing. Hey Bowser. Yeah. Start with a random number guessing game in the basic terminal. Hell yeah, buddy. Game Maker Godot, you've seen those before, but you don't know what they're like. You're assuming they're beginner-friendly software. Game Maker is beginner-friendly software. It was originally actually designed by like one Dutch guy. It's crazy. I didn't know about this until like earlier this year. But Game Maker was originally designed as like an entry to game programming. So back in the early 2000s, it was like it had like a drag and drop interface. It had a lot of stuff built in, like moving and physics, and had a sprite editor that I really liked. And it simplified a lot of programming concepts to just to make it easier for beginners. A lot of like graphics and stuff. So you click to make an object, to bring up a little window, and you drag and drop like the object's attributes, and it was nice and easy. But they also have a scripting language that's quite powerful. Games like Hotline Miami, Undertale, There's a newer one, the Ninja one. I can't remember what it's called. There's a number of games made in GameMaker. It's a very good engine. It's good to start with, I think. Just because if you've really done nothing, it's really nice to have it all in one, like, cleanly laid out view. And they've become a lot more professional over the years. Like, you can build from GameMaker to go on the Switch or the Xbox or the phone. It's not just like a silly hobby project anymore. It's quite powerful. Godot is a bit more. I've never used it. I'll be honest, Godot, but it's a bit more manual, I guess. I don't know. It's a bit more like Unity, I think. So Godot has a lot of stuff built in like GameMaker, but you do need to use more code, I guess. I don't think there's a drag and drop interface with Godot, right? They have like a scripting language called GS script or something, but you can also just use C#. Apparently C++, chat keeps saying. I can't say much about Godot. I saw that they were adding like a preview for shaders. So normally shaders will look like this. This is what a shader looks like in my game. This is the main menu. If you want to copy it, here you go. Here's the code. This sort of trippy main menu is just this. Godot, I think, has like a preview built in for this now. So you can see what this looks like as you're editing it. That sort of thing. It's that kind of engine. If you're not sure what to start though, try GameMaker. I liked it. Hi Mario. Yesterday I was streaming and I showed my girlfriend's game she's been making, and she's been doing that in GameMaker. She's doing very well. What's up? Hello Mario. I'm getting a little distracted. I want to make this explode. So when I'm spawning a bullet, I'm going to get an angle and scale multiplier based... Oh, it's not going to have a previous position yet. There's a number of ways I can do this. I'm basically deciding right now if I only want to define a bullet's angle on spawn, or if I want to update it constantly. Knowing right now that bullets never change angle. So I'm thinking it's just simpler for me to do it on spawn. Perhaps I can use... what have I got? Sorry, I've got velocity, right? There must be a way to get... I think we've got an angle from velocity. Get angle... Something in maths header. We have a get angled vector. That's not it. I think I've already spent too long on it that it doesn't really matter. So what I'm actually going to do is... I'll leave these as they were. I think that's handy. I'm going to go to my physics system. And I'm going to say if it's a bullet, no, whatever, then I'll do this shit in here. Let's say I want to get a let's do it like this. But I only want to do this conditional. Not that this is particularly expensive, but, you know, why not? I only want to do this check if it's a bullet. So, let's say if we have a bullet, and then the bullet has a sprite, which it should. And unfortunately we can't combine this. C++ apparently doesn't let you do a assigning to a temporary variable unless it's at the start of the conditional, and I particularly want to check for bullet first because this is like a really quick, easy check, and it avoids a little bit more. It's not much, mind you, but yeah. Improvement's an improvement. So we're just going to grab the angle and scale multiplier. I'm just going to say sprite blah 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 equals... you know what? We can even just directly assign this. Hey! Thanks, Karnosk.
Thanks for the help. Smiley face emoji. I'm going to look into Game Maker. Thanks a ton for reading my stupid questions. Lol. I hope you have a great stream.
Thanks,
Keep
buddy.
it up.
Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, I forgot what that sound effect was. That's awesome. Thanks, dude. Yeah, have fun with Game Maker. If you're on my YouTube channel, it does read it out. Yeah. I haven't had a donation in a while. I forgot. Hey Frank. If you go on my YouTube channel and sort by oldest, you can see videos from like 15 years ago where I was making stuff in Game Maker. And if that looks like something you'd enjoy, then by all means, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope there's a free version. If not, maybe you could try and find an older version and just experiment with it. It's since been bought out by a pretty big Canadian? I don't know. Pretty big company. So, yeah. They seem to be doing good things now. They temporarily went onto like a monthly thing. Game Maker. Unity is free, so if Game Maker costs money and you don't want to spend it, you can try Godot or Unity. I'm just suggesting Game Maker from my own experience. Godot is perfectly fine, but it might just take another minute or two to get used to things. I think it expects a little bit more software development knowledge from the start, whereas Game Maker literally has like a drag and drop tutorial to help you get started. I remember the tutorial in like 2004 was like, you had to spawn a window, and then you had to spawn a clown, and the clown would move randomly. It would bounce off the walls of the window like the DVD screensaver, and you had to click on it, and when you click on it, it made a sound, it gave you a point, and then it would respawn somewhere else. Is Game Maker free too? I don't know. My version was free, but that was like 20 years ago. Game Maker free. Oh, they do have a free version. There you go. Give it a go. Make games. No experience required. Download. Free. Oh. That's completely free now. Holy shit. Wow. That's huge. Okay, never mind. When you come back to Australia, King, I'd love to come back. I really like... Oh yeah, Nuclear Throne obviously was made in Game Maker. There's a free tier, but you can only export games to their platform. I think if you just want to experiment with a bit of development, I don't see any problem with that. If you're not going to sell your games that you're making at the start of your journey, I think it doesn't really matter, does it? The fact that it's free is bonkers, by the way. I think my license was like 90 quid or something. Or maybe it was 60. It's like the price of a game. You're not bound to just Roblox. You're bottling Python because you've been told it's a good place to start with coding. Yeah, Python's perfectly good place to start. There's even Pygame. You could do a little with that. I'm sure you've been aware of. Unity is more complicated. Unity is a full-fledged like engine, like a commercial grade engine these days. You can make... The Genshin Impact is made in Unity. You know, like you can do an incredible amount with it. I think it's beginner-friendly enough. I think Unity also has like a drag and drop graphical interface system where you can learn just from doing. So you could give it a go, by all means. I'm sure Unity has a good set of tutorials. I think there's loads of people that start on Unity. I'm just suggesting from my experience. I started on Game Maker because either Unity didn't exist or it cost money. I don't remember. Or I didn't know about it, more likely. What am I programming right now? I'm going to make bullets that explode, and it's taking longer than expected because I keep getting distracted. Just kidding. Unless I want to make rockets that shoot and explode and stuff, so I need to start by making the rockets actually angle. Let's see. Oh, sorry. You're a function, aren't you? Aren't you? Oh, cock, I'm stupid, sorry. It's really stupid to try and read chat and program at the same time. I should, like, finish doing what I'm doing, and then read chat, and then finish that, and then come here. Yeah, we're making our own game. Just gonna do this. I think it's useful to be able to grab these at some point, so it's fine. We're making our own game. Let me show you in a moment. When we've just gotten this stuff working. Sprite dot scale. Now really, sprite.flip could become its scale multiplier. That would be smart, wouldn't it? That would be really smart. Hang on a moment. I'm gonna get rid of this flip thing. And I'm gonna go into angle and scale multiplier and just have a void called flip scale mul. I'm not very good at naming things. You're not happy with that? There we go. So now I've made a little function. I hope you can see the screen. TF2 killer. So now we can just come in here and flip the scale as necessary without having this boolean storing whether or not we might want to flip it later. What we're actually going to do is sprite dot no. Angle scale mode dot. Something like this. Now, you might be asking why I don't inline this. It's because there's actually a third here, else not moving at all. And in which case, I don't want it to flip. If you're moving left and stop, I want to keep looking left. If you're moving to the right and stop, I want you to keep moving to the right. So that's why these are in... That's why it's written like this. Sprite... And, flip. We don't need this at all, I think. It shouldn't even be scale multiply, it should be just scale, but whatever. I might rename that. Don't need to multiply at all. So, scale... This is better, I think. You should look at the code instead of chatting. You can chat. It's a stream. I'm not streaming just to quietly look at my screen. I was saying yesterday I was programming for like 10 hours or something, just in silence. Void is a function maker something. Void means you return nothing. You return void. That's functionally what it means. If you're throwing something into the void, it means you're like... fuck it. Just chucking it into nothingness. If you return an integer, then you say int. That's what you're getting. That's your return type. If you're saying void, it means it's just a function that executes something but doesn't return anything. So in the case of that function we just wrote, it just flips something internally. It doesn't need to return anything. In C-style languages, the start of functions in C-style languages is usually the return type. Yeah, not always the case in all languages. If you use Swift and Kotlin, the return type's at the end. Kotlin would have it at the end. They would say like returns int, and Swift would be like returns int. So you know, whatever. Sprite dot speed multiplier dot scale multiplier. And what I'm actually going to do is rename scale multiplier everywhere, I think, to just scale. Because it's not a multiplier, it is literally just the scale. Well, that looks stupid. When you say return in IOStream, why do you say return 0 whenever you end your code? Because a program returns a exit code, and 0 exit code usually means everything's okay. Anything but a 0 means something went wrong. So if a program crashes, usually Windows, at least this is how it used to work, Windows would read the error code and then give you a prompt. So if it returned with a known error code, it might say error code 400. You know, this means something in the Windows ecosystem. Or if it just returns with a 1, usually just say 1 error. There's a crash. You see my compiler, right? See here, it says build finished with exit code 0. If I break the code, watch this. Man, it hates whatever I just did. It looks kind of confused, it's breaking, it's weird. Error code 1, exit code 1. So your program is just doing that. 0 means all good. It should. It's arbitrary. You can do whatever you want with it. But it's a standard people have decided on. So now it should just build normally. Alright, are you ready to find out what I broke? Because I just did a lot of refactoring without testing. Let's see. It looks better like this. Okay, the flipping thing's clearly not working. Look at them go crazy. Yeah, shit ain't working, buddy. I've fucked something up horribly. Alright. Let's have a look. It's because I'm always multiplying it by -1. There you go. That's easy to fix. Bruh. Pokemon with guns. I'm just using it as where did I write it? Flip scale? I'm just using it as a it's because I'm doing multiply by equals, so it's just constantly flipping when you're going left like this. I'm just using Pokemon Crystal tiles to have something. This is not how the game will look. Otherwise, at least. More complicated stuff you don't understand. I mean, you just need to tell whoever called your program, because something calls your program, right? You need to tell them if it worked or not. Let me think for a moment. I'm gonna do this quite plainly for now, just to keep things simple. Scale.x is less than 0. And face left, then or sorry, if it's larger than 0 and you want to face left, then flip it. Or scale.x is less than 0 and face left. This way it will only flip when it wants to. Oh, you want me to put brackets around it, of course. Fine. So this way we should only actually flip it if we want to. I think this is correct. Let's find out. Hey, psych. Your code works without it, return 0. It will probably still be doing it behind your back, if that makes sense. Programs, in C++ at least, main is not actually the entry level of your program. I can't remember what the function's called, but there is called underscore entry, underscore start or something. I don't remember what it is. But there are secret functions in your code that when you compile, it will probably pre-generate. I don't know the mechanics of it. But there's a chance that it'll be doing something for you somewhere. Let's see. That fixed it. I didn't fix it. She doesn't rotate to the right anymore. That's all fucked. Oh well. Let's see. Does the rocket work? The rocket does not seem to be flipping. You see how it's just flying off straight? Let's see. Mm. -1 multiplied by -1. Underscore start gets arguments and environment. Oh, there you go. Underscore start gets arguments and environment variables and calls main. If main doesn't see below, return 0. It just does it for you. Thanks, Husky. You can leave an Easter egg. There's all sorts of Easter eggs. A lot of the stuff we're using right now is old. It's old code. I think we just have to do this. Something about programming makes me forget the most basic maths. I don't know what it is. Maybe I was always bad at this sort of thing. But like, -1 times -1 is 1, right? 2 negatives makes a positive. That sounds... Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, look at that. It's cool, isn't it? Alright, so the rocket needs to rotate. Yeah, 1. So this flip scale code now is face left is just where do you want it to go. Are you going to publish this game? Probably. When you want to flip it, you're just saying I want it to face a particular direction. So this could, instead of being called flip scale, could be called... I mean, flip makes sense to me, honestly, but it could be orient scale or flip scale horizontally if needed. I think it's... I'm the only developer, this makes sense to me, so it's fine. The point is that I'm trying to make is sometimes it won't flip. If you're already facing left and you pass into this function face left, it's not going to do anything. You get the idea. Anyway, in the weapons system, in the physics system, we are currently doing this, and I'm wondering why. No, that's not A. Hang on a moment. Oh! Hang on a moment. Refactoring. Let's just have a look for a second. Yeah, my breakpoint's not being hit. Spawn bullet. Oh, it is bullet. It's not got the bullet component on it. It's got the is bullet component on it, obviously. We all knew that one, right? Right? We all noticed that one, right? That it's is bullet, not bullet. Obviously. Alright, it's still not rotating. Hang on a moment. Okay, this breakpoint also is not getting hit. Let me... hang on, look. I can now just make a level with no enemies. Isn't that awesome? Alright, well, this isn't going to be very helpful. Really, it should... we should be getting in here. There should be an entity... unless the bullet doesn't have physics, I guess, actually. That would make sense. Factory... spawn bullet. I thought you had physics. Maybe not. You just have linear motion, don't you? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Fine. I'm gonna have to do things a little differently then. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Bullets don't need physics right now. That's fine. We've got movement system. This is where I think we're dealing with movement. This is movement input. We want linear motion system. Linear movement system. Here we go. So if the entity is a bullet, and it's got a sprite, I mean it should always have a sprite, let's be real, then this should just work. Did you fix the flashiness of the weapon reload bar? Are we just lucky today? I don't know. I was mentioning earlier that I did like 10 hours or something of refactoring. I don't really remember if I touched the flashing. Does this not look flashing to you? It looks a lot better on local screen because it's you know, running at 360 Hz on my screen, not 60 Hz in a whatever. Oh wait, hang on. Is the rocket? Why is it not rotating? Maybe it's not taking into account its rotation. Hang on. Okay. Alright, sprite, angle, and scale is what? What did you get set to, buddy? Alright, 1 and 1, and if I shoot to the left, you should now be -1? Yeah, okay. So we're just not reading from that later, that's okay. I just need to go to the render actor system, and where I'm doing the dot scale, I need to do, god. Angle and scale, this looks stupid. Let's fix that quickly. Angle and scale. We're not doing anything with the angle. That's easy. So dot angle equals sprite dot angle and scale dot scale dot angle. Let's see if this breaks anything. Bro's a 360Hz monitor. Bro's a big gamer. It's amazing. My old monitor is the one on... I actually gave it to my partner, but my monitor before this one was a 240Hz, which is insane bonkers style, but it was a TN panel, so it had really bad ghosting and really bad color grading. So when I got my current job a couple years ago, I was like, good thing to do. This is life advice, chat. I don't know if it's good advice, but if you ever get like a cool new job that you're excited for, and you're not like about to fall onto the street, it's nice to spend a bit of your first paycheck on something that you've been waiting for as like a little treat. Unemployment sucks. It's nice to celebrate having a job. So I bought this monitor. It was flashy and expensive, and it's awesome. It's one of the best things I've ever bought. I play like Apex, and it is like looking through a window. It's amazing. You play Osu, it's an OLED. The blacks and the whites and that immediate pixel, what's the word, response time. It's gorgeous, awesome, not life changing, but like it's really good for someone who sits in front of his screen all day. Hey, look, the rocket is rotating now. Do you see it? I think you can see that, can't you? It looks left. The rocket launcher definitely needs to be a bit more tucked in than it is now. How much is the monitor? Ooh, a lot of money. Very expensive. I don't know how I feel about the bullets rotating. The flipping is fun. It does look a little weird in pixel art where like something rotates. I'm uncertain about the round things. I could always stop them from rotating. But the rockets make sense to rotate, I think. Alright. We should make them explode now, right? The rocket doesn't know where it is because it doesn't know where it isn't. Indeed. There's a big quality of life. I mean, these headphones were nice. These are not terribly expensive, but they're a big upgrade from my last ones. These are like Behringer somethings. What are they? I don't know. I think a lot of people have these. You could recognize it because they have like a wire sticking out here at the back. And these sort of like grayish cups. You'll see a lot of streamers using them, I think. And dads. Dads love the Behringers. Anywho, do you want to make the rocket explode? Let's do that. Let me think how I want to do that. Because right now, it's only bullets that do damage. Should I make the explosion itself bullets? Or should I make it its own thing? Like a hurt box that gets spawned? Because an explosion will have a sprite. You know, that will be the explosion sprite I've just made. So we can start with that. We're going to Asset Manager. Somewhere in here, we're also loading, like, particles. Smoke particle. This. So I'm going to copy that and have a explosion 32 particle. Because it's 32 by 32, and I suspect I may have different size explosions in the future. So we're just going to load that up. Oh, this is where we're doing the sprite sheet stuff. Oops. Okay, so Let's call this bullet sprite sheet ID, right? I have an explosion. I mean, I could also put this in a big 32 by 32 sprite sheet, but let's not do that yet. Explosion sprite sheet equals blah 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 blah. Textures slash weapons slash explosion 32. What was it? Explosion 32 sheet. Explosion 32 sheet. I think that's it. So you want to have this, and you are going to be 32 by 32. And I believe this is Game Maker. Oh, I need to file first. What's namespace WoHo? So in C++, you can define namespaces, which you can just consider a group of tokens. So anything within WoHo namespace, if I want to interact from outside of this namespace, I'd have to prefix it as WoHo : asset manager. You can see us doing it here. When we use something, when we use string, this is coming from the std namespace, the standard template library. It's just a way of grouping concepts and code and data together. That's, if that makes sense. The WoHo part, WoHo is just the name. It's just the name of the game right now. It's like the work in progress name. It's just like a, what would you call it? Prototype name? In development name? Probably not the final name, but it's just what we refer to the game as. Does it let you? Does C++ always let you import the entire namespace, or does it have to? Do you have to ref the namespace in line? You can use, if I understand your question, you can use the word using, and then what you should never do, you can write using std, and then you don't have to write std string. You just write string. I wouldn't recommend doing that. But you can certainly say, like, I am going to be using stuff from chronoliterals a lot. So, add using namespace blah 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 lets me just type, like, time and date and stuff without having to prefix it all the time. For example, this 0ms thing, this here, this is from std chronoliterals. So without having to, without that import, you'd have to type it like this. Something like this. Something like that. So by just having using namespace chronoliterals, you get away with just this. It's something to use carefully. Using namespace. I'm only using it in this project with chronoliterals, because being able to type 0s for 0 seconds is nice. But you see that I'm using just that. I'm not typing using std, which you could do. But you shouldn't. Unless you want to. I'm not going to stop you. Real programmers would stop you, but I know the thrill of the hunt. Row 0, frame count. How many frames are in an explosion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The 10 frame explosion, lads. Is 60 FPS too fast? Probably. Let's slow things down a little bit. And for the smoke particle. Honestly, these smoke particles have been fucked up for a while. Should we try and fix this? I'm pretty sure when we spawn this particle, we're using like a really old calculation, and we're setting the velocity way too bloody high. Particle emitter. Culling system. Start velocity. Yeah, this isn't something. Particle speed 60. This should probably be like 6. So like right now, whenever you kill an enemy, if you notice that they just goes, that's because I think the old physics system was in like a completely different scale. So now when stuff dies, it should go a little slower. Yeah, look at that. Still spawning way too much because this game used to be more of like a bullet hell. So you know, I think this was like the boss dying particle effect, but you know, I can spawn a lot less. I haven't touched this particle system in a while. Let's say we're only spawning like 6, and we actually want them to come out a little faster, and whatever. The explosion's not going to be a particle, is it? Don't know. Any random VS Code tips? Obviously you know about Control P to be able to look for files, and you add in a angle bracket to search to like execute something. Have you used hash to look for a symbol? It's really cool. You can look for symbols. So if I wanted to, I could type in like, I know the game's covering it, but you get the idea. If I look in here for like, you know, player entity, you can search for symbols. I think that's a pretty good tip. Takes you right here. Bam. It's nicer than using search, because search gives you everywhere it's being used, not the definition. That's all. Anyway, let's see. I don't know what I just made you explode slightly differently. Yeah. Fine. I don't know why I bothered with this. Why not? Spawn 20. Who cares? Although that being said, I want your lifespan to be way less. I think they should be like between like 0.3 seconds and 0.6 seconds or something. I don't know. This is VS Code. Yeah. Let me think. I want the rocket to spawn an explosion. IMO explosions should only last for like a frame and then explode. And it should damage everything within it. So I think it should have its own custom code for that sort of thing. Whereas I think bullets should only be able to hit one thing at a time. So I think an explosion is perfectly fine to have on its own component. That, right? I think so. We'll see. Maybe it ends up like sharing everything with bullets, so we just turn it into a bullet. I don't know. Let's see. Somewhere in here we're doing is bullet. Let's just have struct is explosion. We're gonna have like a radius in here. I don't know, float radius. Lifetime, or just for one frame. Usually in games, you only expect the explosion to do damage like a bit, right? If you walk into an explosion after it's happened, you don't... It gets kind of annoying when you get hit by it still, right? Or do you think it should have a hitbox? Maybe I'll give it a lifetime for now. Hitbox. Lifetime. You know? And we'll make it do damage immediately, so maybe the first couple frames of this is damaging, but then maybe the smoke at the end isn't. Who knows? And we'll have to have a hitbox lifetime. Actually, I think we already have something for lifetime, don't we? What am I doing with particles? Go down, shot into full particle, particles to fire, particle. Lifespan and start velocity. Yeah, you have a lifespan, don't you? Time remaining. I think it should have a life. It should be a particle, maybe. No, it doesn't need a velocity. I think it needs a lifespan, though. Time remaining. Yeah, how about this? You need to be below lifespan, then. Lifespan, I think I already have a system for, right? Isn't that what the culling system deals with? For every entity with a lifespan, tick down, and if it's at the bottom, explode. Easy game, easy life. Are you gonna make joke weapons too, like a grenade launcher that fires grenade launchers? I think probably, right? I was thinking about this recently. Enter the Gungeon is probably like a more modern nuclear throne. I kept thinking like no one made like a new one, but I guess Enter the Gungeon's meant to be like a nuclear throne replacement. It didn't match the speed of it, the pace. I liked how fast nuclear throne was. Anyway. I think having a couple silly weapons is fun. One that spawns like a turret that shoots stuff, you know. We can go crazy. That's part of the joy of this. It's, my friends were asking me why I switched from like a Toho style game to this, and I was partially like, I like the idea of making content, and I think this kind of game you can come up with loads of cool ideas and just make it, put it in the game, and it doesn't matter if it's balanced or good or bad, as long as it's in there, it's fun. Yeah. I think I like Enter the Gungeon. I just didn't like how slow it was. But I think there's a lot of good stuff from that game, like the variety of weapons that I want to take inspiration from, I guess. Who doesn't like two cakes, you know? Oh boy, I love a game with fast-paced action and shooting guns. Oh, look, another one. Why not? And I get to make this one. The art on this music's cute. Satori and her jammies having a coffee. Extract vector to angle. I might have already done this. We'll look back at this another time. I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist for now. Yeah, I think this is fine. Radius and lifespan. So in Factory, I'm going to want something called, I don't know, Spawn Explosion. I'm just going to pass in a start position, lifespan, and radius. And then maybe I'll pick a sprite that's closest to the radius. I don't know. I'll decide on that. For now, there's only one type of explosion. You can see the screen. I keep having to check, because occasionally I leave like a sprite on top of the screen. Let's see. Want lifespan. You're going to want a explosion particle. Transform. You're going to want the start position, and we're going to want to add hang on a moment. Am I not using that particle component? Maybe I'm just using this where I'm spawning it. In which case, I'm going to want you to pass in an explosion. We're going to have one called add explosion. I'm going to have a... Sure. Sorry that this is messy. It's messy. Yes, it is. Can't... actually, it could just be explosion. It could be copies. That's fine. Bam, 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 bam. Easy game. Easy game. Easy game. Very nice. Awesome. And explosion. Blah, 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 blah. Add explosion. Entity and explosion. Bam, bam, bam. The explosions are going to have an explosion, an animation, and a transform. What other design patterns are you using besides registry and factory? I mean, the registry stuff is from Entity Component System, right? Factory, I don't know if the factory... Yeah, I guess the factory is a design idea. We have a factory that you pass in stuff. You say, I want a bullet. You don't care how it's made, what shape or form it's being stored, how it's being processed. You just say, give me a bullet. And I guess that's the purpose of the factory, and yeah, that's pretty standard, I guess. And internally, the factory like creates an entity, attaches a bunch of components, shoves that in the registry for you. Struct is like a collection of variables. Struct Struct and classes are simply collections of variables and functions. That's all. Struct is a C, or it comes from C, where everything is public by default because C doesn't have accessibility or visibility. So C doesn't have public, private, whatever. Everything's struct. C doesn't have classes, famously. Right? C++ added classes, and you'll see classes in a lot of languages like Java, C#. Class in C++ is quite literally just a struct where everything is private by default. That's all. Class and struct, exactly the same. It's just one of them's public, one of them's private by default. That's it. You can always make a struct and then write private at the start, which is functionally a class, and then vice versa. You can make a class and write public at the top. It's just a way to collect data and functions. If I remember correctly, in C, you can't like store functions in a class. That's not really a thing. So you store like a pointer to a function. You say, my struct in C, this is a function it could do. This is where the function lives. It's over there. You don't actually store the function itself within that data structure. I'm sure under the hood C++ is doing some nonsense like that, I don't know, but I don't have to worry about it. The only place you know classes exist in HTML, it's pretty common programming structure. You'll want to structure your program. You can obviously just write stuff in a header file loosely without collecting it whatsoever. That's perfectly fine. But you'll find that it's it makes larger projects very difficult. If you see something being used commonly in the modern day, it was usually done for a reason because of a problem in the past. You know? That's why stuff looks like this. There's actually a lot of stuff which you might think is a hard and fast rule, but it's not. So you see how like I'm naming stuff C++ and HPP? This is completely arbitrary. You can name your files whatever you want. I could call this entityfactory.frog. It doesn't matter. We just, at some point, people decide as a group what to use. Yours on .h.c. Like, you should be seeing C++ for C, but yeah, you know, get the idea. New viewer here, listening to in the background while you work on your assignment, but that was a good way to describe the differences. No worries, buddy. Are you doing software, computer science? HTML is so boring. It depends what you like. I actually kind of like it. I think HTML does its job plainly. You say I want a document. I want this data in it. There you go. You can make a text file. You shove in a couple of angle brackets, and suddenly you have a web page. I think that's really cool. Like I was saying earlier, I remember like the first time I wrote a web page. And you just type some text in and save the file as .html, and you can open it in Firefox, and it shows your text in the browser. That's kind of cool the first time, right? You're like, wow. And then you can edit the file, save it, refresh the page. It's kind of sick. And you add hyperlinks, and you add CSS, and that shit's kind of cool. I like it. Messy. Tea cakes. JavaScript is cool. Very powerful. Very frightening. Frightening language, JavaScript. I don't know how I feel about TypeScript and stuff. You start with JavaScript so you wouldn't know. You can do a lot with it, but the dynamic typeness of it is frightening. I like how explicit you need to be in other languages, and just saying in JavaScript that you're passing around a 0 and it could mean one of like 50 things is weird. But that's me. I'm not writing JavaScript, so... During your first year, you're using C++ 14 for your classwork and you're finding it interesting. It's good to dip your toes into all sorts. Try lots of different stuff. First year. Interesting that using C++, when my first year we were doing like Python and Java. I guess they thought they were a little bit more beginner friendly, or maybe that's just what the professors were doing. Good luck though. I hope you're enjoying it. Feel free. We've got a Discord and stuff if you run into problems with your classwork. We've had not recently, but we've had people in the past ask for advice and stuff with programming. Sometimes it's nice to talk to a person. There's newer than plus 14. Yeah, there's 17. There's 20. 23. I don't know. They release a new version every like 3 years or so. Or a new standard. You're free to pick whichever one you want. They all have benefits. They all have something different from the last one. Anyway, what am I doing? Spawning explosion. Explosion goes here. It does this. Probably want to add a collision at some point, so let's think about that in a moment. Right now, I want to go to my... The rocket itself should do damage, right? And then the explosion as well. Or do you think just the explosion? Because I feel like if I shot a rocket at something, the rocket would still hit it and do like a bullet damage or something. Like if I threw a rocket at your face, it would still hurt, right? What are the differences? This, I'm afraid, is something you're going to have to Google, because that's a big question. They will frequently add something that like the C++ community is asking for, that's like quality of life, maybe. For example, one year they added lambdas, so you can have anonymous functions. This thing. This is a lambda. Const auto my lambda. This was added at some point in one of the newer versions. This didn't exist before. I think they're adding reflection in the future of some way, shape, or form. Reflection is the behavior in simple terms. In Java, you can easily go between a enum, like small bullet, and a like string version of it, so it's small bullet. C++ doesn't have that right now, or at least the version I'm using. And there's ways to kind of hack it. Like this, where I've got a second array with a string and like another thing. With reflection, you could do all this in like one line, basically. This is kind of hacky. This is a good example of why to release a new version of the language, right? You see like loads of people using some kind of pattern, and then you bake in a way to kind of do it neatly. And then, you know, they just make a big collection of those, and then eventually they release it, and then you can start using it. Rocket doesn't always explode. The rocket explosion doesn't exist yet. We're writing that right now. Blow a rocket into your face. Watcha. How about this Highland gal? No, maybe not. Alright. Let's see. Collision system? Destroy. So right now, we're doing collisions in here, and we're destroying the bullet. What I could say is let's have another thing. Let's have other entities to destroy. Let's have a explosions to create. You usually don't want to modify stuff in a loop while you are in the loop. But right now we're iterating over like all sorts. I'm kind of hesitant to start spawning in new explosions in here. So what I might say is if registry.all of... No, actually, I've already got not a bullet in here, do I? Collision transform circle. We beam. All bullets. I guess all bullets implies that this is bullet. So we are in is bullet here, which a rocket is bullet. And if it's is bullet, then that means it also has bugger. Entity factory spawn bullet. You just have animation. Is bullet doesn't have bullet type on it, does it? How about we give it that? Hello, Sheeps. Found you streaming to blah 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 while browsing the forums. You stay here now. I got a dead hyperlink, but are you talking? Is it TFTV? Sometimes I show up on the side of that. even though it's been years. DFTV, I wouldn't sleep that. That's crazy. Oh, Dissy is streaming, damn. Yeah, that's funny. How are you doing? I think you showed you thought it was fried chicken. How you doing? You return your entire office bandwidth was crippled by a single OneDrive backup sync happening in the background. What the hell? Is bullet. I think we have been using this is bullet, but I think having bullet type stored on the bullet seems like a pretty handy thing to have, right? What do you think? It was nice to have the tag is bullet, but currently I'd actually like to know what type of bullet is bullet. I've also been having those thoughts where like every enemy both has this enemy label and also the enemy behavior. But I guess it's possible that we could have something that's an enemy but doesn't do anything. I can't imagine something that is bullet but doesn't have bullet type. What I might do is just in place... hang on a moment. Just fucking, let's just do it like this. Registry on bullet, entity, bullet type, and then I'm actually going to store the bullet type on there. So I'm just going to nuke the is bullet struct in components like this, and then anywhere I was doing is bullet, I'm going to check for bullet type. All not bullets is anything that doesn't have bullet type. Makes sense. Blah blah blah. Easy game, easy life. In here, in our collision system, am I already storing the bullet type? All bullets dot each. Collision transform bullet type. So we also need to have bullet type here. So if bullet, you can see the screen, right? Yeah. Equals bullet type. Come on now. Bullet type rocket. So if this is a rocket, then we want to have a explosions to spawn, and then we want to pass in a transform, I guess. And right now we only have one type of rocket, so this is cool. I like this song. I love this channel that does like ho-ho full flavor remixes. What kind of game are we working on? Like a 2D shooter, roguelitey. Am I British? Yeah. Sorry. Upload speed in in Egypt is so scarce and non-existent that a single device uploading on a network reduces everyone else's speed to atoms. Oh my word. How's work going, Lindley? Are you owning? Do you use Rust at work, or is that just a hobby thing? I want a copy of that transform, importantly. Is it importantly? That doesn't matter if I do it in a different order. If I do this before I destroy them, and then create a copy later... the whole scheme of things, this doesn't matter a ton, does it? If we start... you know what, we can just generate the explosion in here. Actually, no, wait, we don't need to do that. There's lifespan and radius. No, I want to transform. If we start having different radiuses of explosions based on bullet type, so if a small rocket, big rocket, giant rocket, or if the bullet itself has a radius to generate on it, we can manipulate this somehow. What's wrong, little guy? You should have components here. I guess it doesn't want a standard unordered set of references. That makes sense. Clear the explosions to create, and then we're going to say explosions.create dot in place. I don't remember the syntax. Then we just want to shove in the transform, I guess. I guess we're doing it here. And then all not bullets. So here we go. So for all, transform in explosions to create. I want to do back. Do I have the entity factory? I don't. So I need to pass that in. I want to look in the headers. Something like this. Oh, I'm gonna need to give you a different header, aren't I? Okay. Copy and pasting shit, go. At some point you go away from copy and pasting off Stack Overflow to copy and pasting from yourself. Let me do this. I'm glad you asked. In fact, you do use Rust at work. You call the shots around here. Hell yeah, buddy. You have 3 or 4 Rust backend servers doing a cool few things, but mostly integrating with some APIs. You've been fucking busy, buddy. You've been busy. You don't need to prefix it like this, do you? You need to use... Oh, I always forget the fucking syntax for this. It's called like a constructor list or something, isn't it? How do you do this? Why was it getting angry at me? I don't know. Now we want to do this. I'm going to say registry. Registry. Entity. Factory. You'll be happy once I'm compiled. I think. We'll find out. It's funny that every time I'm compiling, I'm seeing the stream like die. Is this the video that's just like a bunch of felt mixes? Yeah. We've deployed Rust in production twice. You busy little worker bee. Yeah, this isn't correct, is it? What have I done wrong? Is it the order? Collision system. Blah, 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 blah. What about you? You. Oh, I still need to use using system. That didn't seem correct to me, did it? Oh, I guess actually using system might... That seems stupid, doesn't it? Yeah, you're being dense, me. You've just written something wrong. Oh, system capital S. System capital S. System. Something like this. Because actually we're overriding its constructor. The syntax is a little stupid, I'll be honest. It makes sense, but like... Because what we're doing is collision system is overriding the system constructor with which has registry. And we also have our own member variable called entity factory. See? Registry is being stored on system in here somewhere. Wherever it is. Here. Oh dear, C++. It's not dot in place, is it dot pushback? What is it? Insert? I guess. It's an unordered map. Alright, here we go. So, now you have an entity factory. We need to do spawn explosion. This song gets me copyright striked if I remember correctly. Let's cut off that. As much as I love tiny little adamantium, it got ruined. Ruined. Transform and then explosion can be... Oh, I guess I should give it... lifespan is, I don't know, 1 second. So we'll have to think about that. And then radius is, I don't know, 10. I have no idea. We'll come up with something. Something. Lifespan. Oh, lifespan equals. And then what do you take? You don't take a float, do you? Float to time float. So it'd have to be something like time float. You can still see the screen. Yeah, duration and then duration of this. And then radius is just 10f, I guess, right? No? I guess you want to be the other way around. That's fine. And then spawn transform. Spawn explosion. Start position. Okay, how about dot position? Looks fine to me. No idea if radius or lifespan makes any sense. Absolutely no idea. I actually don't know what this will do. Can I find out? I think instead of radius, by the way, we should definitely be using collision or something. Because that is a radius. What have I done? Collision system. Oh, I fucked something up. Collision system. Oh, we're not constructing it properly anymore, so we'll be in systems manager, and then somewhere in here we're making a collision system, and you also want the asset manager. I'm thinking maybe everyone should have had access to the asset manager by default. Maybe. Oh, entity factory. Sorry, not asset manager. Stupid of me. Like, I mean, I guess it doesn't really make sense for movement system to have that, but it has saved me a bit of a hassle. Standard unordered set. You're upset at me. I guess we don't have to put transform in. We can put in a vec3 position, I guess. How about just a vec3? And then explosions to create. And then explosions to create, when we are adding to it, we can insert transform dot position. Whatever. Maybe it doesn't want to store transform in an unordered map because it doesn't have a hashing function. Does vec3 also not have a hashing? I guess it doesn't have a hashing function. It could just be in a, like a vector, I guess. It doesn't really matter. Actually, in fact, maybe I do want to spawn multiple explosions on the exact same tile. Let's just make it a vector. I think that's okay. Other than, does it matter? Yeah, not really. Not here at least. STD vector, and then do I need to include you? We might already have you. It might even be the same syntax. It's not insert, but it's dot pushback. Yeah. Does make me freaked out using the heap, but I shouldn't be. This is a good use for it. Probably. Maybe. Could pre-allocate some memory, I don't know. One of those times it uses a fancy buzzword like gRPC and streaming. Oh, buddy, gRPC is sick. Google Remote something protocol something. gRPC is great. I like gRPC. I wrote a... Was it Kotlin? I wrote like a Kotlin generator or that took a gRPC input and would generate a bunch of like boilerplate for you. It would generate the interfaces. So like one team could decide on the API in gRPC form, and then we could run my generator and use that generator as like a library, kind of, or the output of it, sort of, and then call on those interfaces. Proto files, yes, buddy, yes. There we go, buddy. What was I doing? Explosions. Hey, look. That shit ain't working, but God, if it doesn't look silly. Oh my fucking God, look at it go. Now, they don't seem to be dying, I'm noticing. Looks like an explosion though, doesn't it? Interesting that the order they're drawn in, I guess, is based on whatever the fuck they decide. Let's have a look. Oh, you know what it might be? It's like the explosion has a lifespan, but we should have a lifespan on the explosion itself. Sorry, on the entity itself. So, God, explosion. I think might just be is explosion. And then it'll have none of this on it. And that should break some stuff. Oh, capital E. So when you spawn an explosion, I want you to pass in a collision, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, just like bullet. You want to pass in a collision and a lifespan. It is awfully similar to a bullet, isn't it? Yes, okay, this is making more sense. Okay. Add explosion here. Bam. 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 Is explosion. Add explosion. Maybe I'll rename that to add is explosion. Add collision and then add lifespan. So now it should disappear after a second. Ideally, we'd work out a way to make the animation not loop. Maybe we need to add that. Oh, the F2 never fucking works, does it? Now it should break where I'm trying to call spawn explosion, which should be in the weapon system. Collision system? Fuck. So we're passing in a collision and a lifespan. So if I look in weapon systems, shoot bullet, this stuff. Bullet to fire dot collision is what? And calculate bullets, and you're being called from where? Here we go. So I guess it should be based on if it's a player or an enemy. For now, a brave word. Alright, I've got ideas. I need to do it instead of just talking though. Explosions create the pushback. Actually want to pass in the my collision. Quick build, this should help. Your coworker friend was not a rust bleeder. Believer. He is now infected with the oxidization. Is that what you say? Not that he's a rustation. He's infected. You're reading a fancy book with a waifu on the cover called NixOS in production. You decided that you do not like Ansible for your GitOps infra that you want to do for our systems. Dude, there's so many buzzwords and I don't know what any of them mean, but I'm really happy for you. Nix... This is a different industry to me entirely. Richard Nixon in production. Oh, there is a waifu on the front. Do you think they have like a de-weebified one that companies can use, but it's like, it costs more? Because that's what Anubis do, right? This is cool. Gabriella 439. Cool. You don't think so? Get screwed. Now this... Yeah, None of this nonsense. One explosion should take a lifespan still, right? Start position, collision, lifespan. Well, actually... Kind of weird to constantly construct and destruct stuff. Well, it shouldn't have the previous position on it. I actually do want it to default to that. Okay, hang on. Vec 3. Oh, whoops. Yeah, no, that's correct. Start position. I'm gonna call you collision and start position. And I don't want it just in headed files, I want it everywhere. Bam, 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 bam. Collision and start position. You're gonna want the transform.current position because I don't want the explosion to be jittering between some previous and current position. That's fine. It's a lightweight enough object. I'm not spawning a trillion of these for now. So you're going to want a... what did I call this again? Collision and start position. So you're going to want to go into blah 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 dot start position, blah 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 dot collision. And then we put our lifespan in like this. It's just like Death Note. I think. It's been a while. Now, is this correct? Start position, collision, lifespan. Start position, collision, lifespan. It's just a rendering compilation artifact. Now, that being said, the collision should have a bigger radius on it. Right now, it will be using the same radius as the bullet that was spawned in. So, I'd like to construct a copy. And then I just want to make the collision's radius, like, something big. We have a viewer. We have a collision radius viewer we can use. You're annoyed because you're const. I don't think that's actually the issue, though, isn't? Oh, hang on. If it's const, we couldn't modify it. See, that makes sense. Well, I want you to be a collision, ideally. Maybe it was defaulting to being a reference or something. Yeah, collision ref. Okay. I think this might just work. Nix is a functional package manager. With it, you can configure your whole system and how your package are installed, firewalls and stuff. It's immutable, reproducible, and atomic, as long as their servers run. Or does it have a local version? We should definitely... Okay, 1 second is way too fucking long. This should duration be like 0.3 or something. Kind of cool I accidentally made the explosion loop. Like, it doesn't look that bad looping. Where's my enemies? It's a little short, but you get the idea. Maybe it's correct. I mean, explosions aren't meant to last that long, are they? Maybe a little longer. I don't know. I'm fucking around. If it's 10, it's 30 seconds. It'd really be about 0.333, I guess. This might loop for like just a split second. It's 10 frames at 30 FPS. I don't know. It's free on Lean Pub, so you're just reading that at work. Yeah, I saw them listing it. I should fix where the rocket launcher is. It's currently sticking out way too much. I want to see the hitbox view. Should be able to see a big explosion. It's not huge. I guess 32 isn't that big. Let's make it 64, I guess. What else? Oh, I guess right now the explosion will only damage one thing. Is that true? I actually don't know if that's true. I can test it. I think it does hit multiple things. It's hard to tell. Look at hitbox view. Oh fuck, it's huge. What was that? What? Wait, why is the rocket so fucking big? Why is it sometimes so big? That makes no sense. Hang on a moment. Let's enable no clip. The rocket's normally like this small. But then sometimes it's huge? Why on earth is it doing that? 64 by 64 is not that big. Hey man, excuse me? Why is it sometimes like enormous? I mean, this shouldn't be necessary, right? Ideally, we should hit the player as well, right? We just need to do some, like, bit shifting stuff here, right? It collides with other players? Why? Why this? That doesn't make sense. Is this about to break something? Nix fetch can fetch locally on your system. Oh, that's cool. Maybe just want player or enemy. So it should interact with both. Whoops. Well, at which point, I mean, are we really even using the other one? I guess group could be player bullet. Yeah, I might as well just make a new one. This is so lazy. Why am I doing it like this? And then we can just maybe inline this. C++ actually, I think, I was told these days it optimizes this for you, so it's not doing unnecessary copies. The compiler should read this and inline it for you. That being said, this is not that much different. Why is it sometimes filling the screen? Why is it all... Is 128 just huge? Maybe 128 is just huge. The Rust compiler will not allow you to write 50 code and tell you how to improve it. Yeah, the Rust compiler is bonkers. Crazy style. Fail. Bro, is the explosion just fucking massive? This doesn't make sense. I'm so glad I made this imgui thing, by the way. Sorry, am I losing my mind? Why is this so big? Explosion side of 1. I'm gonna have a look at that. Oh, just hit toggle full screen. Whoops. That still looks okay. Oh. Wait, hang on. Why? Oh, cock. That, yeah, makes sense. Hang on. Aren't bullets radius is like 0.3 or something? Why did I think... Why did I think anything else? Okay, size 1 just means it's the same size as the... Does that make sense? It's the same size as the sprite. I don't know if it's actually tied to the sprite size. I have a feeling it's tied to the size of a tile. So size 1 means it's 2 tiles, which is 32 by 32, coincidentally. Also, the hitbox lingers were just a bit too long. And indeed, 0.4 seconds seems to be just a bit too long as well. Let's just say... bam, 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 bam. 0.3. I want you to be... B32. Alright, yeah. We'll make it a little bigger than that, actually. 1.25. I want to see... I don't... Do we check to see if it's in bullets to entities to destroy? I currently think there's not really much stopping it from hurting multiple things at once. I guess we'll find out. I should definitely just make the player have God mode by default. Right, this looks... Yeah, I calculated that correctly. It should also hurt me, right? I think it does. Let's make a bunch of mice. I can't actually tell if it's hitting multiple things. I guess I could make it so the mice have 1 health. That would make sense, right? Max health 1, and then we go to character. Max health, you're gonna make you a 999, so I can stop doing this every time. The joys of JSON, extracting your code. So I can just edit this without recompiling. Good lord. Alright, here's 1 health. That's very 1 health. Spawn a bunch of treasure mice. It only seems to be hitting one thing, right? Or am I missing out? I spawn like a trillion of these fucking things. I have a feeling it should be deleting everything in its circle, but it's only doing 1 at a time. I don't know if that's true. Like, is it sometimes doing 2? I can't tell. It's kind of fun exploding stuff. I was going to make it explode walls as well. That's also the plan. I mean, that time it definitely killed 2 in 1, right? Maybe it's only checking for the... Yeah, it includes everything if it's not killing everything, something's wrong. Yeah. I feel like sometimes it's killing multiple things, though. But maybe that's a bug. I think I made it so bullets are not meant to go through stuff. But that time it killed 2. Oh! Is it possible that damage is based on the radius? Hang on a moment, culling system. Did I make it based on how close you were to something? No, it's probably still into the system. Radius of 32. Yeah, we can do that. This fills the whole screen. I hope I haven't accidentally made it so like enemies have the same health or something. No, it's not a same invuln timer. What I was going to say is like in the past, bullets could do piercing damage and that would hit multiple enemies. That's all. I mean, I hit 1. I spawned a bunch of treasure mice. 1. It's definitely only hitting 1 at a time, isn't it? I guess every... how does that work? It's fun to have a whole screen, like, explosion. I apologize if anyone has, epilepsy, by the way. And the rocket is a huge hitbox, that's funny. Okay, let's think. Is this simply the way the quad tree works? It just gets you the closest one? Let's see. So for every bullet, let's say this includes a rocket. Hang on. We're not in this one. We're in a different one. We're in this one. We're in not all bullets because it's an explosion. So maybe we just need to have a separate loop. Do we check in here for the entities to destroy? No. All not bullets. Respawning bullet type. I don't think the explosion has a bullet type. So I'm guessing we're in here. This is not doing damage. This is... Hang on. Oh, I'm really dumb. I'm sorry. Oh. I'm really stupid. Sorry. We are using this first loop. The only thing that's doing damage is the rocket itself. The explosion's collision hull is ignored. Oh, Lord. Okay, well, let's think for a second. How about instead of is bullet, we also have a check for, like... Nah, it's not is bullet. Deal damage. Does pain causes pain? Is that a component we need to have on some of these things? Yeah. How about we just have a bullet type called explosion. Does that just solve all the problems? Just a silly test. What problems are caused by this? Sorry, I mean, what does this fix? Very different. I'm really silly. Make this into a function. What if the explosions of the rocket generates a billion tiny bullets? It shouldn't, because only rockets spawn explosions. But this way we could indeed have, like, flaming rockets that spawn flaming explosions that spawn regular explosions that spawn fire or something, I don't know. I just fired a nuke into the distance and crashed my program. Set does not contain entity. Doesn't have a team. Makes sense. We actually want explosions to hit anyone regardless of team. Sorry, the game's in the way. So maybe I just have a separate loop. This loop is for things that only hit things on their team, and then we have a second loop for explosions. I think that's fine. It was a worthy experiment. It does have an is explosion entity already, so that's nice. Well, actually, explosions aren't bullets. And all not bullets are also not is explosion. All explosions is anything that is explosion. Why would bullets be respawning? Why would that even need to be in here? Copy and paste errors. So we got this thing. Copy paste. So for all entities with a collision and a transform in explosions, we check the quad tree. We don't need team. So none of that nonsense. Explosions hit everyone, famously. We all know that. We don't need this bullet type thing. And we can reuse that entities to destroy system from bullets. Otherwise, this collision detection stuff is the same, which makes me think that we could extract it to a shared function. Probably could do that. Would be smart. Probably. Especially this shit. This hasn't changed. Whereas... Maybe, let's get it working first, and then make it nice. Let's see. Rocket. Quickly. Distracted. Alright, there you go. Let's have a look. Hasta la vista. A bomb. Still only hits one mouse. He's trying though. Is it possible we're not adding the is explosion thing in Entity Factory? We are. Ah. We're destroying the explosion after it hits one guy. It's no hasta la vista, it's more like mata nene. Spawn hundreds of treasure mice for my sick experiments. Only one of them had died. Is that true? Yeah, you sometimes see multiple of them die. I think it's just the bullet. Oh, hang on. This one just went through it. That's crazy. Maybe it's because I shot too close? Or it goes too fast, maybe? It's definitely just hitting the rocket and the explosion. But all of these mice should be affected by these horrors. So for all explosions, and for all entities in the entity list, if you have health, oh, wait, maybe not oh. No, it's not an oh at all. My hip, this should be detecting. Int explosion hits equals 0. FMT print. FMT print ln doesn't seem to work half the time. I don't know why. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and I don't know why. Like, it should just be printing this stuff to, like, the output. Like, sometimes it does. You see this blue text? But now it's not putting any blue text. Like, what's up with that? But now it does sometimes. Do I need to, like... It's because it's printing too much, I guess, in this case. Hang on, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just got, like, a really small... Maybe it just waits. It's, like, batching stuff or something. I don't know. I should have the output page open. Hundreds of treasure mice at my position. Is it not output? Debug console? It doesn't seem to be doing anything. That doesn't make sense. Wait, what? Hang on, what? 1? Mad 10. Thank you, Interstellar Dev. Thank you very much. Cool, thank you. I'm trying to work out my explosions only hitting one guy at a time. Also, I don't know why FMT is, like, not working half the time. Okay, this is wrong then. Something's going horribly wrong. That's weird. Maybe we just check for intersections? We're trying to make a rocket launcher right now. So far, bullets haven't hit multiple things at once, so we need to add that. This is weird that this is not triggering. This is only triggering sometimes. That's really odd. What about here? Want hundreds of treasure mice. Not this. Okay, now it's hitting 12. So there was some issue in here, maybe. The entity perhaps doesn't have a health? That doesn't make sense. Did we just try this one, right? Try get health was just not working. This one. Man, this imgui thing's so nice. This debug menu. It's hitting 1. It's hitting 4. This should be hitting a lot more than 4. This should be interacting with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was a lot. Okay, something's clearly going really, really wrong here. So there's only one explosion, right? We're viewing on that one explosion. We're doing a quad tree test on the explosion itself. We're getting a list of the explosions. In which case there should just be the one. That makes sense. We're generating the hitbox, which should be... Can we even see it, maybe? No. Okay, hang on. Let's pop it here. I would rather like to see... Actually, let's disable this for a second. Oh dear, here we go. It's catching up. Physics is calculating. Oh god. There we go. Don't know how I feel about the physics catching up thing. Rocket launchers have no knockback recoil, even if they do it's in the same direction where it flies. Yeah, Donut was talking about this the other day. I like it when the rocket launcher goes back. I'm aware that that's why there's a big hole on the back. And also, like, the rocket coming out the front probably pulls the rocket forwards, but... You see, in Team Fortress 2, when you shoot a rocket, the soldier does this. That's what I'm basing my very solid logic on. Oh, come on now. Why is radius negative 1,000? Wait, hang on, what? Hang on a moment. Why is the hitbox radius minus 1 trillion? Pikachu has strong arms. What? The radius is 32. Position is -7. Why? It just hadn't been calculated yet. Never mind. Okay, fine. Your collision is tiny. I'm tiny. I am 2 kilobytes. And here. Now it's actually doing damage. Mice are respawning. This is really odd to me. Is it possible it's just too big and this is like a bug with the quad tree? That I'm spending time trying to debug, but we'll never work it out. Because when we define our quad tree, I guess it's not here. Do we not give you a generic size? Yeah, maybe. Maybe having the explosion this big is cool. That doesn't make sense though. It should still give you the collision, right? It's just an estimate. How about instead of radius 32, if it was like 15? I mean, honestly, I should expect a giant explosion to hit everything. There must be somewhere I'm checking for something incorrect, and having this extra list is breaking something. Let's have a look. They definitely don't have a bullet type, right? Let's just start there. Spawn explosion. No, it has a collision, a lifespan, an animation, and an is explosion tag. So it shouldn't be in here. It shouldn't be in here. It'd only be in here. So when we're looking at the bullet system, this should be irrelevant. When we're looking at all entities with a collision and transform in all not bullets. Oh, I guess we could remove this. I guess we were already removing explosions from this detection here. That shouldn't have mattered. I guess it was assigning some physics, but that shouldn't have been doing anything. Maybe. Because the explosion's not moving. If you multiply stuff with its physics, it shouldn't be moving anything. This one's kind of stumping me a bit. Don't know if you guys have any ideas. Treasure mice are here. Spawn explosion. It sometimes kills two, but that's just because the rocket itself does damage, you know? The radius of 15 is still pretty big. Even if I make it, like, smaller... It's an issue with collision group? I'd wonder. I mean, that's a pretty big explosion. Like, why are you not getting hit by that? What I might do is... If it's a rocket, we ignore it. So all bullets, it's checking for bullet type, fine. If bullet type is rocket, continue. That way the rocket won't do damage. I don't know if that's affecting it. But possibly. It would at least make it so we won't see the crossover where the rocket is hitting at the same time. We should only see one thing at a time now. We don't see anything. Because I guess the rocket is not actually exploding. Yes, that makes sense. That's really stupid of me. What I actually want is this. I don't want the rocket to do damage. I still want it to like explode and stuff. Yes, I see the if conditional underneath is the same thing. Don't worry. Bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I do see multiple mice exploding. Oh, I'm really quite confused. Maybe it is an issue with the quad tree. Or is it that the collision isn't real? How could that be? Maybe it's killing multiple things at the same time, but only if they're within this small radius. Maybe it's only detecting the size of the hitbox of the mouse instead of taking into account the explosion's hitbox. That could make sense. You see, they're killing multiple things when they're really close. Yeah, that might be it. Maybe. So for all explosions, we get a giant hitbox. Hey, how are you guys doing? Hey, Clueless. I'm doing alright. I'm trying to work out why my explosion is only killing stuff that's really close. So I'm having a feeling that the intersects function might be failing or something. I don't know. See this explosion hits list? This should be like way bigger. If I spawn 50 enemies, the explosion should be hitting 50 enemies, not like a handful. Explosions do sound good. Yeah. Look, there's like, I might just keep clicking this fucking as quick as I can. This should be interacting with a lot of mice. But, oh, why is the debug? Why is FMT print so buggy? Yeah. Why does it just not work half the time? I should be expecting everything within this radius to be exploded. That doesn't seem to be happening. Why do you only show me this output when I've killed the game? Do I need to do after FMT print line? Do I need to do something? Because print line I thought would have flushed the buffer. Do I need to do like FMT buffer? I don't know. I kind of thought print line would do that for me. Is it print line, right? Whatever. We can see here. It was only hitting a handful. Here it hit 20, I guess. I'm confused. But it's this bit within here, it doesn't seem to get triggered that often. Is there a bug with the intersects function? Somehow? Distance A center, B center is less than length A radius, B center. It shouldn't matter the order in which you're passing stuff into the intersects function, right? Because if two circles are intersecting like this, the intersection is that bit in the middle. It doesn't matter which... Or does it? It shouldn't, right? You're doing a distance of A and B, and then you're doing a length of A and B, and then you're adjusting that. It shouldn't matter if you do A plus B or B plus A. I think. Well, I can try. I can try flipping it, I guess. It shouldn't be though, right? I guess I can test it. Maybe it is just a bug. You rewatched the first part of the beta series after 3's use. It gave you joy from coming home after a long school day. I forget that the series is like a couple years old. I still feel like I made it like yesterday, but I guess it is. It's like 3 years ago. Damn. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've been really busy with this lately, so my mind's been other places than Minecraft. I just find this bizarre. Why on earth? What am I? It's going to be something really basic I'm missing, right? It's not going to be something like the intersect function is written incorrectly. Like, I have a big radius. Only the explosion should be doing damage. And I've checked that in here. I even disabled the rocket doing damage for a bit, just so I could mitigate this. Is it an issue with the quad tree test? Because I know the way quad trees work is like, it's meant to have like an estimate on how small a node could be realistically, and this is quite a bit bigger than usual, but... You know, if I make my player really, really big, the collision hull and the player, it can still interact, the map intersects with it properly. You had the same thing with collisions when Collider was bigger than a cell and you were only iterating one cell around, but you do a spatial grid instead of a quad tree. Yeah, I'm wondering. How big was a cell in this? I don't remember. Do I even define that with his thing? Like, if I make the explosion way smaller, if I make it genuinely like 2, does it always hit everything within? Is quad tree test the wrong thing to do? Is there another function I should be using? I should be showing the hitbox view. I mean, even now, like, this is not that much bigger than a cell, right? It seems to really be struggling. Like, it hits 2 things if they are, like, right next to each other, sometimes. As far as I can tell, like, what happens if I set this really small? What if I set the radius to, like, 0.005? This should only be hitting one thing, right? If this hits multiple things, then we're missing something basic. Because now, the hitbox and the explosion should be teeny, teeny, tiny, right? See? If you can somehow hit multiple things, I'd be quite surprised. You are able to hit multiple things. It's the size of a dot. It's literally the size of a dot. Sometimes it's not even hitting the thing that I'm shooting. Maybe that's the bug. You see here, like, I'm shooting the mouse and it doesn't actually seem to be... Its health's not going away. I'm missing something really basic. Oh, you know what that is? That makes sense. That's because the rocket itself is bigger than the explosion now. So the rocket is hitting the mouse, exploding, and then the explosion obviously doesn't keep the velocity of the rocket or anything, so the mouse never gets hit. You can only be hit if the mouse walks into the hitbox. See? That little dot. This makes sense. So if I shoot something moving at me, it will get hit. So it clearly does care about the size of the hitbox. Oh, that's so strange. Maybe it is just an issue with the... Oh, fucking... quad tree. And then maybe it works with the... Because, look, the player... I can set the player's collision radius to something huge, if I show the hitbox view. This works just fine. The collision radius on the player is massive. If they shoot anywhere on this radius, it still collides. So why on earth does this not work with the explosion? You see? Like, these bullets are hitting anywhere. And, like, me interacting with the world... If I go to, I don't know, character... Is collision radius in it? If I just set this to like 25, you know, this is the size of the screen. player is now massive. It's so big that it's the thing touching it. Yeah, look, the bullets are hitting me from anywhere, right? So this works one way, but not the other way, which is making me think that I'm missing something pretty basic. You see this mouse on the left is shooting. This is dealing damage to me. You don't even see the bullet because it hits me the moment it spawns. So I must be missing something gruelingly basic, and that's where the solution lies. Maybe we take another look at the bullets loop. Maybe when I copied it I missed something. Hang on a moment. Split right. Let's look at this carefully. So on the right is the bullet thing, and on the left is the explosion thing. When bullets are testing for collision, we'll do a quad tree test on the bullet's position to see anything that interacts with it. This should give us a massive list of all potential explosions. All potential collisions. I guess this could be the issue that we're... Maybe the reason that the player gets hit by the bullets is because the player loop is in here, and it's not involving the quad tree test at all. It's the other way around. So I guess I could invert it. I could test for explosions in here. That would probably fix it. I said the bug might actually be with quad tree test in that case. Because in this case, when the player is interacting with bullets, it's like with that mouse was shooting us from very far away and it was hitting us because our collision hole was big. We were... No, that doesn't make sense. We're still looking at everything in the entity list. No, that doesn't make sense actually. We're still using quad tree test, I think. We got all non-bullets. It's the player. The player is in here. And then the player looks at all bullets that it could maybe get hit with. So yeah, I mean this... I'm talking out my ass. Maybe putting the explosion in here would make sense, but... I don't know. I want to... Let's see. What's my team? This one seemed okay. Let's go back to making it big again. Okay, we've fired a big explosion. We have a hitbox that is around the center of the world, radius 32. Great. Oh, come on now. Okay, we were looking at our own explosion then. Now, I'm trying to get health on the thing we're hitting with. We're trying to get collision, and we're checking the transform. So indeed we have health. It has 0 lives. It has 1 health. It has a transform. It's intersecting, and it's doing damage. Great. Next one. This one didn't have... This one didn't have a thing. A lot of them don't seem to have a health component, whatever it's interacting with. Oh, what? List. They should all have health. I guess I could always not use the tree for this. Just check for all explosions all the time, but that seems really expensive. This is a pain in the ass. This is not what I thought was going to be causing problems. Lines I've said a lot. I wanted to make the walls blow up and stuff. Let's see. Split right. Thank you. You're checking the bullets versus rocket. I can't see what else cannot have health. Maybe. Yeah. Well, they're bullets. Are they firing bullets? Yeah, there's a handful of their bullets, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna count a few things, because this is not sensible. I'm gonna have I'm one saying entities with health, and I'm also gonna have one for entities without health. Is that even useful? Because the idea would just be bam 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 entities with health, just to see what it's roughly looking like. What I can even do is I can go to the enemy system, and I can always make it so they're never shooting. This way the enemies will not be spawning any bullets. And then what I want is just a something in there maybe. So my normal bullets just work, by the way. These just work. These just hit everything. Let's see. I've made an explosion. 9 hits. 9 enemies with health. 0 enemies without health. So, do I see 9 mice exploding? I don't. Unless I'm missing something insane here. Maybe it is? I can't tell. And we'll just say in entities hit equals 0. Whatever. This FMT line doesn't work. Don't know why FMT is so shit. Hitbox view, enemy, spawn a bunch of mice. This number should be large. What number is it? 2. So there's 2 enemies with health, 0 enemies without health. Explain yourself, explosion. Entity list. This makes no fucking sense. 2? What do you mean 2? Enemies without health equals false. Oh fuck, I'm stupid. Sorry, I'm getting tired, I guess. Sorry, I'm being dumb. But why was that? Sorry, I'm doing this with okay, 3 hours is not that long. Good catch. So look, here, this should be like 1 or 2, fine. And if I spawn a million mice... I'll turn off the viewer for now because I think the flash is annoying. 6. So we've got 3 entities hit. 6 of them had health. But why only 3 of them were hit? It must be an issue with this intersect. Is there 6 on screen? I mean, this doesn't even make sense. 6. I count like 15. So I think, yeah, it might just be a quad tree issue. I think maybe we're only checking for things within I think the quad tree test thing is just not giving us a full entity list, maybe. I'll have to talk with Donut about this, because this is part of his library. Maybe I'm missing something. Execute a callback function for each element of the tree that might contain a given point. It should not be all mice. Well, the radius right now is like the size of the screen, isn't it? I thought. That's the point of broad phase. So, in this case, surely our broad phase is the quad tree test. And then the smaller test is the one within the intersections, right? I would imagine that quad tree test could give me a list of literally everything in all the nearby cells that could potentially interact with this. So my thought is maybe the quad tree was designed to... But my thoughts aside, why can the player be hit by bullets if their hull is giant? When the player's hull is the size of the screen, they are hit by bullets at the edge of the screen, which is what the explosion should be doing. So like it can work, if that makes sense. If I just get rid of this list, like entirely, and I make it so all not bullets, all bullets, bullet times all explosions, whatever. If I make it in here, so we're looking over everything that's not a bullet, which should include explosions. So, and I say, we'll get rid of this. I don't think explosions are physics. Well, what was I doing in the explosion thing anyway? This stuff. Whoops. I've just done the intersection. Don't need this stuff. Health is something we should... This stuff. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Whoops. We've already done the intersection, right? If my entity has health, then restrict my health. So this is like the inverse that I was talking about before. If this works, I'm right, might be quite confused. Great. Spawn a bunch of mice. This does work. Why? Why does this work and the other way around doesn't work? That I don't really understand, because at this point we're basically saying for every entity, you may be colliding with an explosion that needs to remove yourself. This does work, which is what was mentioned earlier, and I said this shouldn't work. But why? Why? What's wrong with this code back here? We don't have to have a second loop for explosions, I suppose. But like, all collidables. There's some like piece of logic here that's like not right. Maybe I should have been comparing it to this bottom list. I'll be honest, I don't know why this wasn't working. I have absolutely no idea. I was iterating over a list of explosions. I was performing a quad tree test on where the explosion was, based on its radius, which was correct. I was going over the entity list returned by the quad tree. All I can assume is that quad tree test is not... It's not returning the entities in correctly. Like, this is not working correctly. And it only works back, like, flipped, back to front. That makes sense. I'll leave the stuff here for now because I want to look back at it later and work out why it wasn't working. I'm happy enough that for now this is fine. I'll leave this in here as well for now. We'll commit it and I'll delete it from the commit. The next commit. Yeah, look, you're saying about which thing we are testing against, which things. Yeah, I don't know how to draw the squares because this is all within his framework, the quad tree stuff. I don't know how this works internally. I didn't write the quad tree. This is part of libdonut. It's possible he's fixed something in a newer version. Do you think he can feel psychic pain? He's going to show up and say, oh yeah, loose quad tree is the wrong type for this. You should be using a stout quad tree, obviously, idiot. And then I'll say, oh, thanks. And then it'll just work perfectly. Let's rewrite it to spatial grid while he isn't here. No, I'm going to make the walls blow up. I think he'll know the answer because he wrote this. And I'm hoping he'll say, oh, yeah, you should be using this other type of tree. Or, oh, this is... You've like missed something here. Or, oh, this version doesn't support that. In libdonut 3, I've made a growing quad tree or something. I don't know. The woolhee quad tree. This is basically the problem I'm saying here is the problem I have with using other people's code in general and the problem I have with getting the robot to write stuff. But because I didn't write this quad tree, I don't know how it... I know how it works at like a basic level where it splits the level up into cells based on some arbitrary minimum cell size and it gives you a rough estimate of things that you should be colliding against. That makes sense. That's an abstract answer. The actual implementation of all of this, I am not reading through, and I don't understand. And the point of a framework is, you know, ideally you shouldn't have to read through all this stuff. He has written lovely comments, so I could read through all this, but like, I have other shit I want to do with my day. I'm gonna be real. I'm not getting a robot to summarize it. I'm gonna get the guy who wrote it to summarize it. This is the... Anyway, if you write something yourself, you should understand the inner workings a bit better. Like, I can jump around through the systems nice and easy because I remember where I wrote... Oh, I put that in weapon system. Oh, I put that in render actor system, blah, blah, blah. But the inner workings of this quad tree, I don't know. Are you sure Robot isn't a donut? Considering he's been around since, like, 2016 or something, yeah, I think so. You get to make sure the code's written exactly how you want it to be. Yeah, I'm not checking the implementation logic of his loose quad tree. I'm just assuming he's built it properly. So the problem could be that I'm misusing it. I know there's other types of trees. Maybe. As to where that would be, I I don't know. I know he said in his newer version he's got different types of quad trees. So we'll see. For now, picture of the guy going like this. Let's make the explosion normal, and just let's make it blow up some walls, huh? That's what I thought the actual hard bit would be, because we have to start interacting with the map and stuff. Just Biden blast. Yeah, but look, spawn a bunch of mice. Look, mice, kapoof, 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 kapoof. Isn't that cool? And you can kill them normally, like with a bullet or whatever. Or you can kill them with a... Maybe the rocket's still a bit big. Yeah, it's okay for the hitbox to be a little big on that. This feels video gamey enough, right? And the explosion sprite I made looks decent, right? It is offset, maybe? Do I need to fix that? I can't tell. No, maybe it's correct. By the way, when the game's paused, I definitely shouldn't be seeing all this shit. Maybe I should make the rocket launcher tuck in a bit. Let me do that quickly. I think it should be minus 0.5. Does this fix the bug? It makes the rocket come out at the end properly. I thought this would tuck it in a bit. Is this not how I did that? I'm not sure this X offset's doing anything. Am I stupid? Obviously search for this. Here? Additional X offset. I'm fucking stupid. I'm fucking stupid, lad. Ah, oh, fuck me, lad. I'm fucking stupid. This is gonna go all the way back behind my head now, isn't it? Well, rather it's gonna go the other way. Holy shit. Interesting. I guess it was just 0. That's what the bug we were looking at was. That would explain things, because it was working fine, but I think I renamed that. Yeah, look, this is how it's meant to look. Alright, this is perfect. Oops. Home. Okay, hang on, the rocket launcher fucking is awesome. Spawn 1,000,000 mice. And then generate a level. Marvin? Generate a fucking boss arena. I'm going mice hunting. Oh, whoops. That's not very long at all. Oh, that's slow. That's crashing. Whoops. Hang on a moment. I'm just going to do something quickly. Level generator system 2. Here we go. This should be settings.enemy spawn chance. And that, my dear friend, is going to be this. And then we're going to go to game. Here is fine. Blah, 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 blah. Become small. So now we can extract that into here. Bish bash bosh. Now we can edit that whenever we want. But also, while I was at it, I thought I have more stuff here I need to extract. There's like chance for dirt and stuff I don't really care about right now. I thought there's like the Roomba should like turn randomly, right? Random angle. Do I do something with this? It'd be nice if I could modify that. Maybe not right now. Yeah, I kind of just pick something at random, doesn't it? I want to like that. The rocket's nice, isn't it? Yeah, I can become small. Holy shit. Just like that? That's bonkers. You want this rocket to be launched, but you're spawning a teeny tiny bullet. Could do that. Could do anything. It's our game. Max enemies. 100% spawn chance. No rooms. Distance. Generate level. Holy shit. So many enemies. So many mice. Okay, the rocket launcher definitely works. Isn't that cool? I just made this modification quickly, so now I can make many mice. There should be 250 mice in this level for me to find. Some of them take quite a while to get, like, start shooting. This is what an endgame loop could be like, chat, if you think about it. Except my character has, like, 1 trillion health. Also, I never turned their guns back on. They're currently just pointing the guns at me aggressively, but they're not actually firing them. You can hear the music. This music's nice. Hey, Bo. We're doing good. Buildy full. Now, it should be okay. Oh. I don't care. Get inlined, idiot. Took the dogs for a walk around the woods. They made friends with a cockapoo. That's cute. Okay. I now have a toggle to turn on and on God mode and guns. So I can still get hit, but I won't die if my health suddenly drops. That was so big. Look, I can still take damage. This is what I think of as God mode. You still take damage, but you just don't die when your health gets to 0. Which is really handy. Oh shit, my health's going negative. That's really funny. Way to go. Interesting. Interesting. That's funny. Anyway, I can also disable the enemy guns. Oh, it doesn't... Disabling their guns doesn't stop them from shooting if they're already shooting. I guess. Well, Let's do this. So now I can actually turn off their bullets. There we go. You can make the frame rate better just by clearing up some mice. There's a big pile of them in here. It reminds me of Bloons Tower Defense. I don't know about you guys. Bullets should probably have a damage associated with them, right? And that is the point at which we probably make bullets.json. Something I haven't been asked to do yet. Typed off screen, idiot. Oh, this is great. What is it? Culling system. Yeah, we can do this maybe. This way, I think, even though you take like a little damage, it like immediately is like healed, I guess. But you never get killed, ever. You can see us taking like a flick of damage. You can still... No, the rocket launcher doesn't reload. You can't see because I need to make it better. But it only reloads your current gun. See? But the HUD is not obvious because it's a bit shit. So there's a number of things we need to do. We can fix this stuff now, right? We have our HUD, right? Volumatics. I'm just never going to do it if we don't do it now. Player? No, that's not him. Concepts. So what I think we're going to do is have the HUD blob white, and then I'm going to tint it. Probably should be in concepts, huh? I'm gonna make a few things. First of all, I'm going to extract this thing and make a new sprite that's 16 by 16. That's not what I wanted. Number. One. And where's two? This thing. That's not it. Alright, so this is the button. Maybe it could be a different color if it's the selected one. I don't know. Just an example. So this sprite export sprite sheet. I'm going to call this file export as select gun number. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is grab the this thing. This is, how big are you actually? 64, right? tint this white. This is going to be gun 1. Gun 1, white. What's in here? Okay. Export as gun 1 white, and then we find gun 2, base bright. Whatever. Bam. Make this white. Gun 2. White. Bloody layers. And now, under this concepts folder, which I should probably change. Where's that? Oh, fuck's sakes. They're not the same. If they are the same, then I just did something wrong. Where did I export them to? Ace Bright. Oh, I want this to be in the oh, I put it in the wrong fucking folder. Okay. Go into the weapons folder for now, whatever. It's annoying that it defaults the wrong place. Okay, that's fine. So now they're in here. I'm going to add a new folder called HUD. Textures, new folder, HUD. And then in the HUD, I'm going to put the HUD stuff. So gun number 1, gun 1 white, and gun number. When I put the other stuff in concept, gun 2 white. Just slowly making things a bit neater. So these are different. It's a different pattern. Should be hopefully obvious enough. Just do it properly this time. So, asset manager. None of this selected, deselected nonsense. I'm just gonna have HUD gun 1, HUD gun 2. You're gonna be in the HUD folder, and you are. HUD gun 1, HUD gun 2. Come on now. And then we'll also have the numbers as well. What was this? Gun number.png. Sure. Gun 1 white. Gun 2 white. Gun number. Right. Now if we press F7, it should show us where we just renamed those things. Great. I was about to complain, why is it broken? I literally just did this now on purpose. Gun background is... Don't need this STD array thing anymore. This would actually be... which number to use? So for now, let's just copy this out. Ah, this is fine. Data parameter not stutter your stream when you compile. Makefile. Currently we're using... I think we just raw ass C making. Does the stream stutter a lot when I compile? I'm currently just doing this. Forgot about this. This is really old. This is from like COVID. Can I just add something to CMake? Is there a CMake command for building debug? It stutters for a second. What does -J do? Is there a CMake thing for this? CMake build in here, target this, config this. It spawns Germa. Oh, scary. Multi-thread compile. Limits threads for compiling. Oh. Is that a CMake thing or a makefile thing? My knowledge of make systems is pretty basic. By basic I mean like I don't think about it ever. Try not to. I hated Gradle and stuff. I'm trying as hard as I can to stay away from it. If someone makes a working build system, I just use it. I don't poke it too much. CMake has that S CMake thing. Not just this. Is this encoder overloading? I don't see encoder overloading. Did that J8? Number of jobs for compiling. So I could say J8 like this. This is new to me. Thank you. Let's make a change somewhere. So system is used in a lot of places. Let's just add an anonymous namespace, then hit compile. It's ignored by MSVC. Oh yeah. Okay, this didn't hit as many places as I thought it would. I equals 0. I don't know. Const, like, you know, just adding like a thing in here. Possible the compiler might still miss this. I kind of thought maybe volatile would help out. Is system not used like everywhere? I thought this was used in a lot of places. This should hit a big compile, I thought. I guess not. I guess it's an anonymous, but we just put it in here. I mean, this, even if it breaks, right, that should still compile stuff, right? No? It's honestly, I thought, I guess it's system.cpp, it's not in the header. If I change something in the header, that should fuck stuff up. I see encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings. I have a feeling this did not make it. I mean, maybe with 8. Maybe 8 is incorrect. If I set J to 1 or something, do you think that would be better? Or is it just a lot slower, but maybe it doesn't... Maybe it doesn't mess with stuff? Also, how it looks. I don't see it overloading. No, it's overloading now. Maybe 4? It doesn't seem to make a difference, does it? Maybe I put the J in the wrong place? Is it -J? Or should I be putting this at the start? Like, does that matter? It's just -J, not it, maybe. Or it needs to be CMake -J --build. My coffee plant looks sad. A little water for you, buddy. Looking after plants, huh? It doesn't matter where it is as long as it's in CMake. Well, doesn't seem to be helping right now. Or at least it didn't seem to make a difference, right? Maybe I've done it wrong, I don't know. This should call CMake with these command line arguments. We could check CMake lists, we could maybe set in here somewhere. Maybe it's a target compile option. Not a big deal. I mean, I'd like it to be as smooth as possible for a stream. I'm compiling a lot. If it's stuttering constantly, That's problematic a little. I also completely forgot what the fuck I was doing. Oh, I was doing the HUD. Let's see. Some background is this. We also need to have one for numbers. Oh, hang on, HUD gun 1. I need you to be a tile set. Tile set, please. How did I do that again? You. Load animation from row. This thing. That's annoying. I should probably have it on separate rows, I guess. I kind of thought I could just arbitrarily load stuff. I haven't written that code yet. I guess I could do load sequence. Where am I using you? Am I not? I am using you. Solo animation. Load from tile set. Here we go. And then is that just what we're using here? We're not using this at all. But maybe we can use this now. We want a solo animation load from tile set. Okay. So let's have solo animation. Don't move when compiling. Yeah, that solves it. Use your Steam Deck as a build server. Use live++ compile times and restarting the app is no longer a time drain. Live++? What is live++? Is that a build system? My build system knowledge is absolutely rubbish. Load animation from row feels an awful lot similar to load from tile set, doesn't it? I guess I could just see. What was it? Gun 1 number or something? And they're both 16 by 16 column, whatever, row, whatever. Honestly, maybe I could just load the whole row. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about this whole nonsense that I've just done. I feel like this is stupid. I kind of just wanted to have the 4 things in a row that I could just manipulate. Maybe I'd do that. Maybe I'd change what I'm doing here. Actually, that makes sense. You. Really, we just want this sprite sheet, right? Sprite ID. It's instead of this gun number crap. I Let's have a gun number sprite sheet, and then that's something like this. .png. What was it? HUD/gun_number. So this is our number sprite sheet. And then... Well, maybe having the deselected selector stuff is okay. We're just moving the problem around. I don't know. We could also do this stuff dynamically, but... One, selected, deselected, selected, deselected. I'm overthinking some of these things. Look out, had a hardly working day. Busy, yeah? 5 o'clock and I've not had lunch yet. That's crazy. Ah, bugger. I think that's correct. Oh, frame rate, row, frame count. It's not right. Frame count for all is 1. Frame rate doesn't matter. You should be 1, and then you should be 0, 1, 2, 3. Hello, Itchy. Yeah, I've been having a good session so far. We've added a big rocket launcher that explodes. It's great. I was just modifying the HUD a little bit. How are you doing? Oh dear. Oh, this is awful. Remarkable. You're working on your own game right now, having a stream on the second monitor. Oh yeah. Hope you have a productive day. What were you working on again? Have you mentioned it? Maybe I misremembered. It's a game for Atari 2600 written in 6502 assembly. It's fucking bonkers style, holy shit. Are you, I guess there's like an emulator for it you can use for now, but do you have like a way to, do you have like a flash art or something? Like a way to test it on console? Well, console. Is it a console? Atari 2600? I guess so. What's the difference between a console and a computer? I don't know. I guess it's a console. That's really fucking cool. You have real hardware and you created a custom cartridge and you modded your own one. That's fucking awesome. Have you documented this somewhere? I want to see. You have like videos or something. That's way cooler than what I'm doing. What the fuck? It's really cool. Yeah, I always wanted to make like a Game Boy game or something, and I've got, I don't know where it is. I've got my GBA with a flash cart in it. I always thought it would be really fun, but I thought I needed to do some basic C++ project first before I start dealing with registry-based programming, I guess. What's the game about? It's a 2D roguelite shooter. We're just fixing some stuff in the HUD quickly. Let's see. So for every weapon, the HUD, we're going to draw. Now here we go. So this, we should have like a dot, not you, dot tint. Yeah, here we go. Let's just do something stupid for now before we come on to something better. Oh, whoops. Rebecca purple, why not? Let's go with green. Green yellow, why not? Just to see if this works. Because then we're tinting it dynamically, and this is the background behind everything. And then when we're drawing the thing in the front, that's this stuff here. That's going to be grey. Sure, why not? Again, just to see if it works. And then I also want to draw, on top of all this, the number. If weapon is... Oh, this is only drawing the weapon and it's reloading thing. That's okay. At this point, I want to get... What are we programming exactly, can you ask? I'm making a 2D shooter. And I'm currently modifying the HUD. Will this be on Steam? One day, maybe. What are your thoughts on AI and learning how to code? I would recommend going the traditional route because I'm an old man. And I don't believe in it. I don't believe in these old new doohickeys. I don't know. If you learn your best way, then that's the best way for you. That's what matters most, right? If you learn, then you learn, I guess. Morally speaking, maybe burning a few trees to learn how to program isn't worth it, but that's up to you to decide. A book is also made from trees, I guess. I like talking to people, but I'm also in the privileged position of having people to talk to. If you're not somewhere where you can easily talk to programmers, I see some of the benefit, but maybe I'd join a Discord server instead. I don't know. I'm not fond of it. Unless you're my company, in which case it's my favorite thing ever. Thanks for asking. What a way of the future. Great investment. Let's see. I want to draw something from the numbers array. So that's here. This is obviously going to be wrong for now. Gun background I.get. You're a solo animation. You are a shed pointed to a texture. Okay, I need to draw this a little differently. Sprite instance, maybe. Sprite ID, say number sprite ID equals blah. Can I not? Yeah, this is it. Okay. This is obviously not the right number. This will be 1 and 1 selected. The company you work for, you have a co-pilot quota you have to meet every week. You have to create a certain amount of prompts. That's insane. We're just told to use it and like document it working well and then like show it off. But we don't have a quota. Well, that being said, when I have used it, I've argued with it for like a while. So I end up like using all my tokens, just going back and forth and telling it like it's full of shit. So I hit 100% that's in like 1 month, like a few days, just because they were like, you have to try using it here, and I was like, okay. I just had like a back and forth with it for about an hour. I was using the fucking Claude Opus or whatever, so it was like using tokens like this. And then it was gone, and I was like, free for a month. Goodbye, trees. What's a good book to learn C++? You want to get into coding Arduinos for electronics? I'd look into seeing if there's a book related to Arduinos for electronics. You probably want to look at an embedded C++ book. That being said, there's not a lot of embedded C++ books. Usually, Arduino, would you write that in C or C++? Because I do embedded C++, but that's... Although it's gaining in popularity, books were written 10 years ago. They don't write books anymore, they forgot how. A lot of books are still written with C as the backdrop for Arduinos. I would say that it's weirdly hard to find C++ embedded books in general. They're a little outdated. You browsed the game programming category on Twitch. 80% are Unity and AI of some kind, which is so boring to ask AI which function you should use. Yeah, what are programming streams like? I imagine they were mostly like mine, but I guess not. Arduino is usually just C. That would make sense. Learn C from online sources and get an Arduino and follow tutorials. Yeah, you can also get like an ESP32 or a Nucleo 6767 or something, and just crack at it. You probably won't get magic smoke. Just start shoving stuff on it. I think a lot of basic... How do I explain this? A lot of electricians, electrical engineers that learn programming, they learn C in the same way that mathematicians learn MATLAB. That is, they learn how to use it for a purpose, but they aren't necessarily becoming software engineers. They're just learning how to use like a tool. Like they know as an engineer they need to put some voltage through some pin or whatever. So they learn how to do that with C. So those kinds of books will be very different for compared to like general programming. You don't have the same problem space. I'm going to say a similar stream to yours, but yours would be mine, but you spend 90% of your line using your mind how some bag API docs are. Yeah, but you're based as fuck, Lindley. You're streaming Rust. It's awesome. How have the streams been going? When you're a multi-millionaire, you can't forget about me, okay? You gotta send some of that back my way. I'm going to be really stupid here and just say if I is equal to 0. And then I'll fix this in just a second. I just need to get the logic down in my head. Obviously, this is not the best way to do this loop. Don't worry. In number index equals 0. Number equals 0. Number index equals 1. I don't know about you, but setting it plainly out like this makes it a lot easier for me to understand it. At some point, we're going to get some number index. Number indexes actually should be 2. And if selected... what was it? Weapon... Where is it? Inventory weapons selected weapon or something, right? I think I'm starting to see the thing. I think I just did +1. Okay, I think this is it. Number index is I. If inventory selected weapons is I, then number index ++. I think that's it. I times 2, technically. So if I is 0, then we want the first 2 elements. If I is 1, we want the second 2 elements. That makes sense. If we've selected the current one, then we go on to the right. That makes sense. And then I want you to be a size T. And you could definitely put this down onto one line, but I think this is readable enough, right? I think this is easy enough to read. Obviously, yeah, one-liner, not too hard, but... yeah. Shane's have been doing good. You've been sleeping the last weekend. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to it by tomorrow. Good luck, Lily. I think with a lot of embedded, it's best to just start. Just get the hardware and just start tinkering with it, right? And then maybe get a book. I think maybe I don't know if that makes sense, but like I think starting a book with 0 is kind of difficult, but if you've at least just tried to connect the board and like run the default program on it, it gives, at least it would give me a bit of an easier start with reading the book and understanding what it means. Because even if books are for beginners, they always have some very base knowledge requirements. Like they might assume you know how to use some particular IDE or editor or something. I don't know if that's good advice though. Let's see. Position. Let's just see. I think this might not work, and I think it will look stupid. It's going to be Rebecca purple and green yellow. Whatever Rebecca purple looks like. 663399, obviously. Ah, that was an abort. Wrong file name. (16 by 16). That's weird. Do you not like being 30? Oh, it shouldn't matter what your frame rate is. You only have one frame. Well, what's the actual error? Sorry. Oh. Oh. Column should still just be 1. It's weird. Wait. Oh shit! It should be like that. I'm dumb. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. That's okay. You guys aren't here for my brain, are you? Oh god, it's not lined up. We'll fix that in a second. Right, canvas size left. Column, row. Why am I like this? Let's see. Align. Actually, maybe it's just you that needs to be like this. 2 in the corner, 2 in the corner. 3 by 2. 3 by 3, you need to be down 1. Alright, that should be fine. This looks normal. Cool. Export as... why is this shit so hard? ASDFG. Done underscore number. Oh, you can't see the screen because of a crash, right? Let's fix that. Let's see. Books are difficult. Go to Arduino's page, try to create a blinking LED example. Yeah, Blinky is the embedded version of Hello World. The way you learned embedded was by buying yourself an ATT-INY85 AVR microcontroller and programming it in assembly to understand how it works on the lowest level. If your autism is something that could challenge a god, so I know this way of learning is not for everyone. I mean, I think with embedded, it's a very physical thing, right? I don't think you're that off. My first embedded project was only like a year and a half, no, 2 years ago maybe. I know I'm saying I'm doing embedded now. I've only been doing it since like February last year or something. I was kind of thrown into it, but I did some projects before moving. And my early ones were like, my colleague was like, here's a little Nucleo, like a little, I might have it lying around somewhere. Here's a little Nucleo, to see if you can get the light. What do you want to do with it? And I was like, I want to get the light blinking or something. I don't remember. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I just fucked around. I fucked around with different firmwares, our own companies, some alternative ones online. There's Embassy with Rust. There's all sorts. I ended up writing something with just our own company's one because I also wanted to learn how our team was gonna do embedded work. Yeah, just got, set up some interrupts and all sorts just to get the light working. There's a little button on it. You make the light blink. Wrote a little debounce algorithm. There's a number of them. I liked one where you fill up like a buffer and you basically decide if it's on or off based on like the average of the buffer, and the buffer is like 1U in 8. And you just manipulate, use it as like a treadmill of do you know this, by the way? Like buttons are they're not digital, they're an analog thing. But when you press a button on a board, it doesn't just go on or off. It actually changes the signal like an analog amount, and you have to decide how to read that analog signal as on or off. So as you press it, there could be all number of things flicking it constantly up and down. They use a debounce algorithm to smooth over that, so you don't treat pressing it as it actually pressing on and off a million times, for example. I like this one, I think. Mainly as your Dreamer fight from Undertale. It's cool, isn't it? This was something we made in COVID when I was trying to learn a little one or two things about shaders. I mean, this works, right? The weapon switch. Do you see this? Obviously the colors are wrong, but the idea is correct. Look, the rocket launcher. You've seen this, right, chat? Want a bunch of mice? We can blow them up. By blow them up, I mean shoot them with an Uzi, I guess. I should give myself God mode. There we go. I can turn off all the debug stuff if you want. It's cool. And that random sprite I picked to use for small bullet does kind of work, doesn't it? You get the idea. The enemies also have 1 health right now for debug purposes, which is a little silly. It's pretty good, isn't it? Imagine if there was sound effects. Could add them. My thought behind adding sound effects is I'd get annoyed by them really quick and immediately find a way to turn them off. I feel like we just leave sound effects until like way later. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Anyway, down stuff's always a good idea. You're watching my code and you're so jealous because on an Atari you only have 29 bytes of RAM. Oh, 64 kilobytes of cartridge data. So you try to solve the problem with ROM. Yeah. It's nice. I can use the heat. I just made a vector. I didn't have to think about it. I don't care about heat fragmentation for my silly game. It's probably fine. Oh, it's beautiful. The one of the chips we're using at work only has like 64 kilobytes of SRAM or something, so I get the vibe. And even then, that's SRAM, right? That's not ROM. That's pretty quick accessing stuff. Do the same. 2 channels on Atari hurt your ears. You compose the music, but you're leaving it on the very end. Yeah. Well, I know that because when we were doing this project in COVID, I did come up with all these sound effects. That's a classic. I made these myself in Audacity. But listening to this constantly was so fucking annoying. That's my voice. I still got them, obviously. Yeah, but fuck, it was annoying. You can't use the stack because it's fully used at this point for jumping to subroutines. Holy shit. I mean, 29 bytes. Is it purely for like where the fucking tape is? Like we're looking at program is executing here. This is my next instruction, and then like you can list like a handful of like instructions or something. Like, well, what are you doing with 29 bytes of RAM? A really fast upper. Like if you have something that you need to constantly read from and off. Like are you taking input in there maybe? That could make sense. What, the Atari 2600, is that one with the joystick and the button, or am I misremembering? I've never had one, I'll be honest. I'm a bit young for it. I know on old Nintendo consoles, all the, well, I'll say old, I know on the Game Boy at least, and maybe the NES, I don't know. There's like a registry somewhere, a read-only registry available to the programmer, which has the current user input and stuff. That's crazy. Okay, let me think. I want to go to the render HUD system. And I want to use the colors from my palette. 0425. Zero, 4, 25. What's 52, 82, 201? Is that the other one? 57, 125. What did I say? 057, 125. Alright, that's desaturated. Blue, mid blue, dark blue. So, I can now use mid blue and dark blue in my render HUD system. So if it's selected, I can use HUD blue. Is that what it's called? I think. Was it color? Hang on. Common? Palette mid blue. See how that looks. And then the background. That's this actually. This probably be mid blue and dark blue. Palette mid blue. And then the reloading thing in the front. This can also be as such. Man, I love felt. I haven't been listening to the ton recently because I'm a faker. So if it's selected, then we want blue. Otherwise, we want mid blue. I don't know. I'm making this up. Maybe this looks nice. And then when I'm drawing the numbers, I don't want the Y to be by 20. I want it to be more like 4. I don't know. You're not even 24. You're a weird transgender. There's a weird fascination for that one particular console that's horrible to code for. Yeah, but that's based as fuck. That's extremely based. That's what we do as engineers. We have our little massive obsessions over one very specific thing. Like retro style graphics shooters that like probably one person's gonna play. Or Toho Project. I think you can now kind of... You can see which thing's being selected quite easily. I don't know actually if that coloring is correct. Hi. Hi. If it's selected mid-blue, if it's dark blue, if it's... Oh, I don't know about this. We can also just make it so there's... You're going to complain it's the same on both. Yeah, that's okay. I just want to see how it looks. I've got this stuff back to front. Do I? I don't know. Oh, the button should be going down to the right. Down to the right or just down? Why do you want to be this? Why can't you have a normal asset picker? Done underscore number. Anyway, how do I feel about this current thing? Oh, you've got Ace Bright in the way. It is very obvious that the rocket launcher is only half done, right? How to make it should... Is there a lighter blue in my palette? Not really. I kind of wanted to make it obvious that, like, it's your current selected weapon. Kind of weird, I never made a grey that was lighter than that one. You got Ace Bright in the way again, sorry. I'm unsure. This is darkest blue. This is 003. I don't think this necessarily looks better though. Ace Bright's in the way again. This thing is aggressive, isn't it? Maybe a way to make it so. A method. Window priority. Like, I kind of just want it to only show if I'm actually looking at it. Inactive weapon should be grayscale. That's the actual weapon itself. Could do that. I hadn't thought about that. At least you can see that it's like in the middle of reloading, right? Make an experiment with that. You said grayscale, right? I can even do this. Here. Selected weapon. So we want white. And then if it's... I mean, I can't make it grayscale. I'd have to write a shader for that. But I could say... I could just make it tinted gray for now. You know? And just see how it looks. Actually having something proper gray, grayscale would be a shader. I mean, it does... I could also make it like draw like one tile up. If that makes sense. If it's active, like the position. Const auto position offset equals, and then. Just a silly little thing. And then instead of grey, there should be dark grey. That's a good idea, dear. Okay, it should be the other way around, I think. How long have we been coding for? I think we decided the other day it'd been about 20 years or something. Give or take. Hang on, dark grey is lighter than grey. That makes no sense. Or am I losing my mind? Dark grey is in the middle of this. So grey is in the middle of it. Why is dark grey... Donut Viking chap, explain to me this moment. You copied this stuff from like HTTP, right? Or something. Why is dark grey lighter than grey? You have 1 second to explain yourself. Yeah, it's dumb. Okay, good explanation. Is there not like an actual dark grey? I could just define one. There's dim grey. Is there not like near black? Not your fault, Epic. If you don't mind me asking, how did you learn you want to start? When I was a kid, I used to make games in a game maker. So if you go on my YouTube channel and sort by oldest, you can see some stuff from about 15 years ago. That was sort of the last stuff I did in Game Maker. Some Zelda stuff. Hop on Frog Fractions. Because Tomo and Cake asked me to play Apex. I'm only like 150 RP off Diamond 2, and then they're like 300 off Diamond 1 or something. Light black. That doesn't exist. There's only black. What's this? Dodger blue? What is all this? Oh, thanks, Treshy. Hanger. Thank you. You know what? We have to make our own dark grey. In fact, I have one. It's this one. 12, 14, 18. I'm surprised. I guess HTML... I guess like websites don't need a really dark grey, apparently. Or at least when that was written. Yeah, it's just dark grey. Yeah, just alt-tabbing to aspirate once shoves it on front. I want dark grey, and I go to render HUD system, and bam. And it's not color. Alright. No, I've got one big question for you in a moment. Whenever I've got this working. Thanks for the Prime sub, Yoshi. Yeah, I'd recommend Game Maker. I was talking to chat about it earlier. Does my voice lag while it's compiling, or is it just the visuals? Let me show you what I've done today first. So, this is the HUD on the right. I don't know, I think this might be too grayscale. It is very obvious which weapons equip though. I think maybe this is too much. It's a nice idea at least. Yeah, I was just hang on a moment, what? Hang on a moment. You. Did I not save this? Oh, dearie me, you've saved as. No, you are a gun number.png. You should. Hang on, is this not working? Oh, thanks, Otter. Frog fractions when.
Smile.
Mystery, buddy. Thanks for the 20 quid, buddy. I haven't seen that GIF in a long time. Is that Chica? Holy shit, that's old. Thanks, buddy. Weapons? A weapons HUD. What am I playing at? Thanks. Frog fraction? Yeah, it's too dark, yeah. Yeah, it's this bloody thing. Anyway, this should now be going down. Let's see. I want to get this grey. 60, 62, 69. 60, 62, 69. 60, 62, 69. Render HUD system. And mid grey. Let's have a look. Yeah, can you hear my voice when it's rendering, or does it like stutter, or is it just the graphics? Because the encodings are getting overloaded, but I'd kind of hope that it would prioritize audio. Because I can deal with a stuttery video as long as the audio is okay. I was thinking at some point I should have lunch. It's been like 5 hours of streaming. And it's 5:30. Let's see. That looks good. I should probably also put it off and to the right as well, right? Let's make this a Vec 2. I'm really spending a long time on it, like polish, right? I wanted to ask Donut something. X and then. Well, actually, X. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'd like it to go to like this. This way it should go. The audio seems fine. Okay, that's what matters most. But maybe if I like wave my arms around, this lags. I don't know. It's going the wrong way. Bugger. That's okay. Yeah, I'd like the Y to go down, I guess. I assumed you had lunch before starting the stream. I started the stream at like 11. It moved up. Yeah, it's the other way around. I don't know. I'm just fucking around. Shouldn't move up relative to unselected. I was thinking it should match the button because the button gets pressed. Maybe it looks like the weapon's getting pressed too, because now they're kind of synced up. Maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe the button gets pressed down and the weapons goes up. Maybe? And then the X doesn't move at all, maybe? Don't know. It does look silly. I don't know, how do you feel about this? Makes sense when they move together. So I should put it back so it moves down and to the right. Hang on a moment. I think by default I should actually be moving it up a little bit. I'm actually going to say that the default Y is 1. And then when it's selected it goes down. No, it should be 2 and 1 because I think it's too low in the button. And then when it's selected, it should go 1 to the right. I don't know. How do you feel about that? I think it moving to the right maybe looks a little wrong. Can't tell. It's also starting way too high. This was a stupid idea. 0, 1, then maybe the X just doesn't move. It just goes down. We beam. Right. Yeah, this is alright. Don't move them horizontally at all. Yeah, this kind of works. Anyway, for those of you that have just joined today, let me turn off enemy guns for a second and spawn many enemies, because now we can do this stuff. Generate a new level. Look, there's many mice. You know what I have? I have a rocket launcher now, and we can blow stuff up. That's the new thing. That was the new thing from today. And Donut, the question I had, if I just generate a slightly less mouse-ridden level, I was having struggles making the explosion actually hit multiple enemies. I'll show you the system in a second. I don't want to spend too long talking about it now, because I have it working in a way that I'm happy enough with, but I'd like to know your answer. When I had a second loop to check for explosions, it would only ever hit like 1 or 2 things at a time, and I genuinely couldn't work out why. And I'm wondering if I'm misusing the quad tree. The way I'm checking for explosions right now is within the section that normally checks for not bullets, so the player, and it's checking outwards. Was I destroying entities? No, it wasn't getting destroyed, and it was sometimes hitting 1 or 2 extra things. And we spent like a while debugging it, and it really felt like maybe it was a problem with how the quad tree was iterating, but I can't know for certain, so I wanted to get your opinion on it. Anyway, as you can see, like right now, it works. Like whatever we've got here is working perfectly fine. The mice have 1 health. I've turned off their guns so they won't shoot me, and we can blow up lots of mice. I'll just very quickly show you the collision system. So, the way it's working right now, we have this secondary loop that checks for normal physics collisions. It's where we're like pushing the player around. And I added a second check, so if there's no physics, see if you're interacting with an explosion, and if so, lose health. That's it. Okay? Basic stuff. What I was trying before was to have... I'll give you the highlighting. I wanted to do a different loop based over a list of explosions, which is a view on everything that is an explosion. So, 1, usually 1 thing. Maybe 2, if you shot a rocket very quickly. 1 or 2 things. And I was iterating over this list, calculating my own hitbox, which seemed valid. I made it the size of the screen, so very big. This always looked fine. The entity list here is the same entity list I check elsewhere. It's using the same quad tree test, and it's just anything that is collidable. Obviously, if we're colliding with ourselves, ignore. The reason it doesn't work is because you're parting a point to test instead of an AABB. I knew you'd have the fucking answer. So my assumption with this is that because I'm only passing in a position, the quad tree is only giving me like a really small number of things to check against in the nearby cells, right? But the reason it works in the inverse way is because I'm checking for the player's point or the enemy's point for potential collisions nearby. It's only giving you things that may collide with that exact point. That makes sense then. How would I be writing this with the tools at my disposal? Because I don't necessarily think it's bad to have things check inwards for explosions. I mean, this loop is already happening. The explosion is already being checked in here, so whatever. But let's say I were to want to use this secondary loop. What should I be doing? You can just pass a box to float into this test. So instead of position, you do this. And then, I don't know, dot radius or something. Yeah, it's overloaded. Oh, sorry. And then this is what? Transform dot min dot max. Oh, the idea being like you're constructing a square from the radius. So you're saying top left of the square, bottom right of the square within the potential radius. Okay, fine. Thanks for explaining, Donut. So I guess my hunch that it was a problem with how we're using the quad tree was correct. Because I could not for the life of me work out what was going wrong. All the logic seemed correct, and sometimes it would hit 2 mice at once. Which is still a little weird, but I guess, the quad tree might have just been checking we're hitting the size of a cell at that point. So even if you're only checking a point, there might be 2 points within the cell that could collide. Okay, that's really good to know. Because I was really confused. When you make the players hitbox really big, they collide with everything just fine. We tested by making the players hitbox we tested by making the players hitbox really big. And obviously this works, you can collide with stuff and it just works. And if I give the enemies their guns back, if they want to start shooting again. Here we go. You can see this interacting just fine. And I was really confused why an explosion of this size was not working. The bullet version should be prefixed too. Yeah? Do you think we might be encountering the same problem with bullets, where, it just happens to be working right now because the size of a bullet is similar to the small size of a cell within the quad tree? But there's a chance we might be missing some collisions. Because that was my other thought, was I basically just copied the bullet loop, and I knew bullets seemed to work, so I was getting quite confused. Yeah, look at this, by the way. You've missed the stream today, no? I've done about 5 hours today, and then yesterday I did, off stream, I did 10, 12 hours or something, I don't remember. There's loads more stuff in this debug menu now. You can draw the enemy state. I was talking about how I redid the state systems. You can see what they're up to. See their timeout and stuff, so I could debug stuff. Isn't this... It's cool, right? Look, you can see their timeouts building up. And if we let it go to 10 seconds, they'll eventually get bored. And then they'll give up and leave. And then you see them again. Isn't this neat? Myself God mode quickly. Anyway, I showed this earlier. You can now generate the level with a click of a button. So I can make it levels full of enemies. I can make it levels with no enemies. I can make it with a big floor. I can make it so it's a really small level. I can make it so it's a really big level. It's really cool. I mentioned I was going to maybe make a button to let us zoom out for debug purposes, to just view the whole level. So I could experiment with different types. And I'd like to also extract stuff like the chance of the Roomba turning while it's generating levels. Did you get the enemy targeting fixed? Oh, yeah. That was my work yesterday off stream. I did... Basically, at the start of the stream I showed it off, but I did a lot of a huge restructure, which works perfectly as far as I can tell. If I give him his guns back, give him a second to think about if he wants to shoot it or not. There you go. They behave a lot more, how do I say, realistically now? Do I still have God mode? I do. I think they can kill you. No, they can't kill you through God mode. Too many mice. Hang on a moment. Let's just lower this stuff. They I think, behave quite naturally now. I'd say. Like for a video game at least, they feel like a competent set of enemies, even though they all have exactly the same AI. They behave differently. There's a lot of mice over here. Good lord. Like if I run away, you know, they'll try their best to catch up and find me. There's still this one particular bug where if I get enough of them pushing me against a wall, you will clip through it. And there's a number of fixes I've thought about. One is to just make it so they don't move at you if you're like right in front. Yeah, I don't like that so much. I think another one I thought about was to make it so that they have a maximum amount of push they can give you, and just set that to some reasonable amount. Because right now they're acting like rocks. And I remembered in the past you could actually push them decently. So I don't know what I did. I swear you used to be able to push the mice around a bit more. Maybe they weigh too much, you know, maybe the character doesn't weigh enough and it's something simple like that. But they can clip you into a wall. Is it debug? Yeah, it's in debug. It's running okay. It runs worse with all this stuff up, obviously. This is all done very cheaply. Or very expensively, I should say. But yeah, I mean, it looks alright, doesn't it? Man, this God mode button is such a good idea. I was sitting there just hitting max health over and over again. Probably should make them a bit less likely to move towards you. Maybe I should make it so they move away from you if they're right in front of you. That's a thought. Yeah, it's decent, isn't it? I could also give them nice rocket launchers. Do you want to see how that looks? Because the rocket launchers hit everyone. If I go to Entity Factory, spawn enemy, and I give the enemies rocket launchers. Maybe I should start writing the homing rocket launcher. That was probably why we had different firing types, because I think homing was going to have its own thing. Other mice have rocket launchers. Mind you, I was mentioning before, they're killing each other. That's insane. Now it's nuclear thrown. The bullets don't have like a damage, it just does one. And if I want to start storing bullet damage on something, I should probably start having like some sort of JSON file for all that stuff, which I just gonna be asked to do today. You should add infighting like in Doom. Yeah, I thought about that. That's why I've kept the enemies with a target. They're not targeting... Right now they're targeting the player, but it's only like one place that's actually deciding it's the player. Which was one of the bugs, by the way. I had a few places where I was just assuming it was the local player they wanted. But now they're sort of tied to some target. I could just define the target as whatever. If they take damage from something, I could make it so the thing that they took damage from is their target. Which was a thought I've just had this microsecond. If you shoot them across the level, I feel like they should become immediately aggressive to you. Because right now they don't. They just chill. But yeah, you know, a lot of explosions and stuff. It's kind of sick. Also, I think the sprites don't look too bad, do they? I think I'm getting pretty good at this sprite work stuff. It's funny how big the handle is on this thing. I like them. Thanks. At some point I should move away from Pokemon Crystal for the background, because it does not... Do you see all the sprites I've made? They've all got this very particular style to them. Like the HUD, the weapons, the player, all the guns, the bullets, the explosion particle, I guess. It's still jarring. The jarring is on purpose. So there's a theory of mind, there's a school of thought where if you use a temporary asset that looks kind of how you want it to look in the end, you will end up either just leaving it in place, or you will be heavily influenced by it, and your final asset will kind of look like your built-in asset, which is one of the arguments against using AI to generate textures, placeholder textures, because often they're just left in place. On purpose or otherwise. Or people look at that generated image and it sort of pushes their mind to drawing in that kind of style. which is morally questionable. Which is why us based indie devs, we like to just do really shitty prototype art. You know, like you steal some sprites off Spriter's resource or something. I think that's where the Pokemon Crystal stuff's from, I don't remember. You just get you get like Mario or something. You use something that's so different to your game's style that it can't really influence you. And even then it'll still do it a little bit, right? Like size or something. Open game art, you know. There's a reason we use these resources. I wonder if rockets should explode when they hit other enemies, or just the explosions. I think this is balanced enough. Whether rockets only explode on the player, but if they... I don't know. I feel like if I start having enemies shooting each other, the game will be over very quickly. Look at those predicted rockets, just like perfectly tracking. Man, God mode was such a good idea. But yeah, the crystal art is meant to look different because it's just in the background and it's placeholder. And I didn't just want to use squares. I don't know, I thought squares looked kind of shit. And I have to at least kind of like how it looks, if that makes sense. The squares are a little shit. So just having Pokemon Crystal sprite, you know, they're really nice sprites. Pokemon Crystal is a beautiful game. These are amazing for something you just pulled on the Game Boy. Yeah, you can see kind of what you're looking at, and I actually tied the tiles to the level generator. So I think... I don't remember exactly. I think the grass is like a room that's being generated, and the light sandy tile is where the Roomba has gone. Maybe? Or the other way around? I don't remember which. I think the Roomba is where the white stuff is. I don't fully remember or care. Obviously the walls are walls, and what I should probably be doing is using one of the trees to show the actual edge of the world, and because like this stuff out here is not actually trees. This is just a tileable. If I enable no clip and then come out here, oh, this is just like a nowhere zone. There's no tiles here. The tiles are only like this really edge one. So maybe for debug purposes, I should have made the edge tiles like this other tree, but I don't know. I think this is cool, right? And one day when we're a super popular indie game and we have a wiki, people will show a screenshot from one of these streams and be like, this is how the game looked in development. By the way, I'm like well aware that the rocket launcher is not meant to have knockback, but like, doesn't this look like from a video game perspective, doesn't it just looks right to me, at least. Like seeing all these like rocket launchers like go like pachom. And obviously we should have like some smoke come out the end and like some like a trail following the rocket or whatever. That's all for the future. Video game rocket launchers have to have recoil, yeah. Also, the explosion doesn't push you back. I have a feeling that being hit by a rocket launcher explosion should send you flying. Right now, it doesn't impact you whatsoever. But maybe getting hit by a rocket should like push you, so you could like rocket launch off an enemy and like jump around the level. So you could have rocket jumping. Okay, I've got stuff to do in a to-do list. Hang on, because I should have lunch soon, and then I think later the boys want to play Apex. Let's say, should rockets push you back when you hit an enemy, or they hit you? There should be a way to calc a distance to radius and assign damage and recoil to that. TF2's, when you shoot the original, it does this, doesn't it? Boom, 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 boom. You shoot the rocket launcher, the soldier goes like that. What do you mean when they hit you? Yeah, but that's just an animation. So is this. This is just an animation. This is an animation. Now, I sent you a video earlier. It even moves forwards. The TF2 one, does it actually do that? Or do you mean a real rocket launcher? Because I'm not basing... Mid-Journey? Oh, YouTube auto mix, you've done me fucking dirty. So it went from playing beautiful felt music, handmade, in a the Felt Factory to like something with a fucking AI background because of the gas, real one. But it's a video game. Mice also don't have rocket launchers. I thought you were meant to push your aim point upwards. No, I mean when you get hit by a rocket, instead of just staying completely still like you're made of stone, I feel like you should be pushed back a bit by the rocket and the explosion. If that makes sense. I don't need too much realism in this. Like, you also aren't holding the gun with your hands. And you know? I like... Knockback is a separate thing. Yeah. You can move forwards. Yeah, I mean, I guess real rocket launchers are like trebuchets, right? Like, they get pulled forward by the force of the thing that they're launching. Is that how it works? Like, the gas shooting out the back forces it forwards, and also there's probably some force involved with the thing shooting out the front. Maybe that's the same force as the gas coming out the back, I don't know, but... They're called recoilless launchers IRL. Cool. Well, this rocket launcher is, it's got a haptic engine. It's got an Apple haptic engine built in, so you feel what the rocket launcher would have as recoil. That's what it is. Okay, I had some other thoughts that I've now forgotten. Oh, I still haven't implement tiles being blown up, i.e. implement bullets hitting walls finally. Maybe we'll do that next time. I think bullets hitting walls is a pretty big one. And when I was thinking about making a rocket launcher, that was kind of the main thing I was thinking about. I was like running around and blowing up walls. Because obviously right now it just goes straight through. But that's a system I haven't even begun to think about. Okay, I have begun to think about it, but I haven't begun to implement it. Because the collision system and the physics system are quite different. Recoil flow is basically a tank. Yeah, there you go. The mass times the velocity of stuff going one way equals the mass times the velocity going the other way. That's crazy. I think this looks cool, so I'm going to keep it in. I think once we add like a big explosion that happens when you launch it and some smoke coming out the back and like a trail following the rocket, it'll look kind of fancy and video gamey. But now obviously it just fires like a green thing. Also, I think the rocket sprite looks pretty cool. I'm a rocket scientist. I think this looks good. I think I've done really good work today. It's amazing how quickly the game's kind of coming together. I didn't have time to give myself God mode. Like, the HUD, like, is a HUD. Is the front end supposed to be the rocket? Nah. It's just a pointy bit. It's a green pointy bit. It's a green pointy bit. I just think it looked cool. I could make it so the rocket comes off a bit. Because there is actually... Where does the rocket come out? Here. Right here. Next thing you're going to ask is, where is her arms? I hate to say it, buddy. Only got one. How is she holding the rocket launcher with one arm? That's a great question. She's got like deoxys wires or something. Where's the bullet coming out of this? It's just a stick. The bullets are even bigger than the barrel. Isn't that crazy? Hey Vince, looks like Pokemon. Well, the background is from Pokemon. You'd be right on that. Things don't feel that crazy when you're watching them, but if you miss one, it feels like everything's changed. That's really good to hear, though, because it means I've like actively done something, right? If you come back and you're like, this looks exactly the same as last time, doesn't that just imply that like I've done fuck all? How does this even work with the handle? Yeah, I mean, by the way, the guns could animate. There is the system in place. They just currently have one frame. There is nothing stopping me from adding like baked lighting at the end. So if the gun is firing, I like flash the end of the barrel or something, or with the rocket launcher, if it's just been fired, for example, having you know, showing it or whatever. That could be done. We've been programming basically all day. Yeah. My other thought is, by the way, at some point I might just write like a lighting shader. I kind of like them in pixel art games. Like a per pixel lighter. That's a job for later. Later me. I really like games like, I've said it, I really like how Terraria does its lighting. I think it's really cool. I think there's something fun about having a really limited palette and then going over the top with effects on top of that. It would also make me feel less bad about having the rotation be perfect. I had other thoughts and I've forgotten what they were. Oh, mice close to you should maybe try sometimes to move backwards. Sometimes. Needs new movement. LOS backwards? Okay. Maybe just LOS with a, what do I call it? Perpendicular offset. What are the slash things? Yeah, they don't do anything. Don't worry about it. I've done that. Done that. No, I haven't done that. Oh, I've deleted weapon curves. Bring back weapon spread. But make it modifiable. Because currently we have it as a modifier. In weapon system we have spread somewhere. But it's the same for all guns. And maybe you guys know this right now. Currently random spread is a standard normal distribution. Perhaps I could recreate this within the loop. I'd like this like 0.5 thing. Because basically we're getting like part of pie and then we're just getting a small slice. So that's our spread. Yeah, I'm using windows. And I'd like that size of that window to be modifiable. So either I could recreate the random spread thing within the loop constantly, with this variable here being the weapon spread, which already exists. Or is there like a maths way to turn this spread into maybe if I get rid of it from here, this gives you a random place within your radius, and then maybe I can do some multiplication or something to turn that into my spread. Don't know. Yeah, I'm using Windows, yeah. In fact, does that just work? Oh, am I overthinking this? Might affect the randomness. It depends on how much state the implementation has. With uniform distribution, it tends to be fine, but with normal, I don't know. I don't know. Because ideally, I would like... I think it is normal, isn't it? Yeah, ideally, I want it to stay towards the center. So I think if I start if I generate the spread with it in that bell curve towards the center, and I start modifying it, it might make stuff... It might not work the way I want it to. You could just put the distribution in the weapon struct. That's true. Well, I've currently got spread. What is normal? Is this not a particularly expensive class? Because what I was saying just now was to... Oh, Jeff. Spread. This would obviously be recalculating it like constantly. If I were to do that... Was it weapon data? You know, like this sort of thing, roughly. It shouldn't be more than a couple numbers worth of size. Okay, so perhaps in weapon data, when I'm storing spread, I could actually be storing a standard normal distribution float, which uses what header? Random? Well, it has state, so maybe not weapon data. Well, the spread wouldn't have state. The spread is something you create once, right? What we do with it, this angle here, that's the different thing. But that one weapon in particular will always have the same spread. Base spread. I guess if I have something that modifies the spread of the weapon, it gets modified every time you get the next number. Yeah? Is that true? Conceptually. Well, I mean, I can just store it on the weapon itself then. Hang on a moment. Let's just say the weapon itself has it. Weapon here. Let's say that you have a random spread. Oh, that's not right. Bugger. You need to be included. Oh, it's just in random. That makes sense. And then when I'm doing... What is it? Entity, factory, weapon... It's kind of a pain. Is it? Could make a constructor, I guess. I still think maybe aim type should be stored elsewhere, but we'll see. You're angry at me, aren't you? Oh, you want to do it inline? Yeah, that's fine. I could say... Oh, this is a pain in the ass. No, because I don't have access to the spread in here. Okay, I'll have to pass it in here then, that's fine. And then in which case I can do it like this. That's not right. That's right. Okay, here. So whenever I'm constructing it, I need to pass in a weapon type, aim type, and a random spread. Spread float. So in this case, I think we have a weapon data, right? Oh, we don't. That's a pain in the ass. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Const auto. I'm really hungry. Well, we can't do it like this. And then I want to use the actual constructor. Uzi, rocket launcher predicted. Yeah, I'm on Twitch as well. Calibrate constructors too. Yeah, but I want to be explicit that I'm using the constructor here. I think that's okay, isn't it? I specifically want to use the constructor. I mean, I guess if you're using float spread, there's no chance it could call anything else. It's not like float spread exists yet, right? Oh, no, Donut, this sucks ass. I like how I have it right now, where weapons are not part of the weapon data. This is a horrid way to do it. I don't like this. The weapon and weapon data are intrinsically quite different things. I don't want to have to pass the asset manager into weapon when I'm constructing it. I like that I could just make a rocket launcher with the call to rocket launcher and not interact with the asset manager or anything. This makes things so much worse than it was. Yeah, but the spread is state. Yeah, but the spread right now is stored on weapon data because it's data. Can't be avoided. Well, it can be. Let me think for a second. I don't like having to construct a weapon with weapon data. That sort of the point I've made my system here is that you just need a type, and it just works. Let me think. I'll be honest, this is how we would do it, right? I guess we could have a get weapon, create weapon. This is horrid though, because this means we need the asset manager if we want to spawn a weapon, which is not what I wanted. If you want to enforce that, you can make it an optional distribution and check if it's been constructed every tick, and if not, yeah, that is silly. You're saying that it's state. How true is that? I would have thought that it's a piece of data. So then when I'm constructing in Asset Manager where it's constructed, weapon type, in here for example, I was thinking just in here when I'm constructing sprite onto weapon data, I construct the spread here, like I do with these other things, like loading the animation or setting the duration. And that way that all rocket launchers will have this spread distribution. How exactly does this random thing work? It's an object that produces numbers using an RNG. Both of them have internal state. Mean are just parameters. Hang on a moment. Because normally we construct it once at the start, right? With the mean and standard deviation. Which made it seem to me like it's just an entity. Oh, it's not an entity. It's an object that has those stored on it. There's nothing. I don't see any issue with all the rocket launchers having the same curve. Is the issue there that I'm saying that the state will have something that may change on it? Because this stuff certainly doesn't change, I think. Well, bullet origin doesn't. No, this is just no. This stuff doesn't change. This is basically const. I think. But if you make the spread object const, it just means you can't construct a new spread there. It looks like it holds the parameters, but it can store any other state in addition to order to produce an actual normal distribution. Sure. But still, I should be able to say I have this enum rocket launcher. No other information. Create a weapon with that, and then all the systems that actually care about it should be able to go from there to to get the spread. There's nothing here. What if a component needs a sprite? Doesn't that use the asset manager too? Yeah, but you're talking about oranges and I'm talking about apples. What I'm saying is I really liked that I could construct a weapon just by saying give it weapon, bullet, or rocket launcher, for example. I thought that was really nice and clean. And I kind of hate this suggestion. Like, you know? Can I just convert from initializer list to weapon? Okay. You. This is all fucked up. Hello, Rob. Yeah, I guess that's nice, but it may have been too idealized a hope. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, what's wrong with storing it in the weapon data? I'm gonna try it. Instead of asking, let's just try it and then see how it works. Because it is something I'd like to see, honestly. How does it work? Where does it break? Oh, this looks like shit. Take me out of here. Look how nice and clean this is. Get back to weapon. We just temporarily get rid of this, because I want to see how it looks. You explain what one of it. Then the share will be stayed across all weapons, and they won't each have a normal distribution. It'll be non-deterministic. Shared across all weapons of that type, right? What's wrong with that? How would you tell the difference if one... I get the idea that you will roll a number for each rocket launcher, and ideally they are close to the middle. There's a chance it will slightly go to the sides based on the normal distribution curve. And like one rocket launcher will influence the next one going a bit to the side. What's the problem with that? Does normal distribution take into account the last time you rolled it when it generates a new number? You get one that always shoots up and one that always shoots down. Does normal distribution take into account the previous numbers used? Is it not rolling every time from a fresh state? And it just tends toward a certain number? I've been saying exactly that. Oh, let's have a look at this. PPP ref. What is it? STD normal distribution. There's a reset date, which you don't want to call every time, otherwise you're defeating the purpose of using it, sure. Okay, there's not much on the page. It's implementation dependent, but it's sufficiently complex that it's not unreasonable to imagine. Well, I'd like to know how it actually works. No, STD, CPP, standard normal distribution, sharing between. This is, I don't know. Normal distribution state. What state is produced? How it actually works doesn't matter. It could change tomorrow or the next time you compile on a different platform. My understanding of standard normal distribution is that it's just a function that you plug a number into and it provides a number at the end. I didn't think it necessarily held on to state, but that's what I'm trying to find that out. You're saying it has state and it may do this, but I want to know what it's doing. Does it not frustrate you to not know? Maybe I can look at it within the code base. I do modify it sometimes, you see. We've got the C20 thing here. This is hard to read, huh? All valid param type par tie xx2. Shouldn't look within the belly of the beast too much, huh? I just want to know how you came to your conclusion, because you're telling me something, but I can't work out how you know that. Does that not make sense? Like, you're telling me what you're doing, you need to do something else. The documentation generates random numbers according to normal distribution. It's defined as, and then a big calculation, where this is the mean and the standard distribution is this. Result type generated by the generator. The effect is undefined if this is not one of these types. It has constructs, it has resets, it has an operator, it has returns. Values near the mean are most likely. Standard deviation affects the dispersion of generated values from the mean. Nothing in here mentions state. I'm on en.cppreference.com/cpp/numeric/random/normal distribution #top. Operator isn't const. Generates the next random number in the distribution. The entropy is required by calling operator. The first version uses an associated parameter set, and the second version uses params. The associated parameter set is not modified. Maybe that's what we're using with our mean. That's the biggest giveaway. It must meet the requirements of uniform bit generator. They are not intended to be used as random number generators. Oops. They are to be used as a source of random bits. Wow. Operator isn't const is not the same as the documentation saying that this has state. I have to take your word on it because I've been hungry for the last hour and I was going to stop. You've seen that it has state now. Where? This thing. Save value for second call. Here we go. Normal distribution. Normal distribution. Normal distribution. Okay. There you go. The second call. And then what is the second call in this case? Compute next value. Okay. Good enough for me. Why it doesn't make it more clear? I don't know. It seems like quite an important thing to know. Because from the outside looking in at this API, I guess it's in components. From the outside looking in at the API, it looks like something that holds onto a static object or a const object that you feed into, or you feed a random number generator into, and then it performs a sum based on your const requirements, and then spits something out, and it's stateless. It's just like a fucking black box that shoves stuff in, out it comes. But the point is, if the whole point was to hold the parameters, that's why it has a separate type def for param type. I'm too hungry to argue. Fine, I'll make this shit. Fine. Fine. Goodbye. You look nice for a bit. Let's see. Weapon data. We should add something called get spread. And it will give us a float. Get spread for weapon type. And you will pass in a weapon type. Pass in a ref, sure. And you're going to be a member of Entity Factory. Fine. Fine. I'll pop this down here somewhere. Private. Maybe I'll need this in public. This seems like something I might need to reuse. So let's see. We get the weapon data. And we want to return weapon data dot spread. Easy enough. In which case, when we are creating the weapon, we want to set. We can't use named. Can you? Get spread for weapon type. Uzi. And I hate this. We've gone over that. You can't be a ref. That's fine. I think. Spread for weapon type takes a weapon type. This is a weapon type Uzi. Let's do the rest of this first. Uzi. Rocket launcher. Can weapon data be null? Can weapon data be null? No. Good to have a check for that, though. What's wrong? So why do you say quick fix available and then no code action? Oh, no, it says no quick fix. Oh, it's because in the header you still have a ref. That's fine. Okay, fine. Yeah, I got it. Guess it's just not the same. Oh. Components. What? Oh, this is common. Sure. Now let's see. The bit down below should be breaking instead, but this should compile, I thought. What a shame. I certainly don't want components to have access to the asset manager, unless it already does. Does it? No, it doesn't. Good. That's getting crazy style. Alright, somewhere I'm giving the player a gun. Or the enemy, I should say. You want a rocket launcher, little mice. Does mean there's a risk that you could accidentally, you know, make a rocket launcher with the spread of something else, but you know, such is life. Okay, and now you should be filling in the weapon system. Very good. Weapon, sorry, random spread. You should be using the weapon. Oh, it is called random spread? That is, okay. Oh, dot, right? Because it's... Yeah. Damn. You're mean. Alright, look, the Uzi's using a little spread. And the rocket launcher's not using much spread at all. If I go into weapon system, Uzi, you're not going to have a massive spread, like, I don't know, something like this. Now the rocket launcher still only uses a small one. Still not perfect. Like if I look all the way in the top right, it should sometimes go a little off to the side. I can make it a little less accurate. I can make you a little more accurate. That may be a little too accurate on the rocket launcher. I don't want it to miss all the time, let's be real. But, you know, it should go off a little bit. That's too much. 0... I don't know. I should probably have a way to just reload the JSON file instead of, That's a little too inaccurate, maybe. I don't know. It mostly seems fine. The odd rocket goes way off to the side. That's too inaccurate. Anyway, the Uzi is the bit where it really matters. Doesn't this look cool? That's a video game Uzi. I mean, you're basically describing what I did with the enemy system, where, like, the original design I had was, like, non-existent. So I just had to sit down for, like, a whole day and fix it. Whatever, this looks... Sorry, I just punched the mic. This looks okay, doesn't it? I kind of want the Uzi to be, inaccurate. That's kind of the point. It looks pretty good. You know, it looks video gamey, doesn't it? I spawn a level with some mice and no rooms and a lot of distance. No, this looks reasonable, doesn't it? And the rocket launcher is like a little inaccurate, but not like terribly so. Like if I aim to the top right, it mostly hits to the circle, to the center of the thing. It's a little off sometimes, but mostly there, right? If I just spawn a trillion enemies in a small room quickly, it quickly sorts itself out. There's a lot of mice blowing each other up. Pretty good, right? Turn off all the debug stuff and suddenly it runs a lot better. Very nice. And the explosion does look like an explosion, right? I kind of just made it up. I think it looks good enough. I might rotate it randomly. I'll add that to the to-do. Randomly rotate explosion 90 degrees across 90 degrees angles. Just so it's not always the exact same. It's not necessarily top-down lit or anything. Just slightly modifying it. I think actually rotating would look like shit. But like, having it be one of 4 variations could be nice. Maybe flip. Or some more variation. I don't know. Yeah, I've got to end it there. It's been 6 hours. It's 6:30 at night. I'm really quite hungry. I've not had lunch yet. So I think that's a good point to end it. Did you guys like the stream today? I did loads. I've done so much refactoring the last couple of days. You see all this fucking shit. So much work. And now we can write a new message and say rocket launchers. HUD. That's most of it. Good enough. Off you go to GitHub. Wonderful stream as always. Thanks. Hope you liked it. I'll probably be playing Apex off stream this evening or something else. I think this is enough work for today. Next time maybe we should see if we can get that wall collision working, right? See if we can get bullets hitting walls and getting destroyed, and then we'll see if we can get the rockets causing explosions when they hit a wall. I should write this down. next time. 1. Make bullet hit wall and break. 2. Make rocket hit wall and explode. 3. Make explosion delete walls. 4. Make deleted walls spawn a floor and more walls around. There you go. That's the steps. That's the idea. Good progress. Epic. I will be seeing you guys tomorrow then, I guess. Thanks for watching. Good night. Bye-bye.